welcome to this video on business analytics using Excel. Did you know that most successful businesses don't just guess their next move, they let their data tell them exactly what to do. Today, I'm going to show you how to turn raw numbers into powerful business decisions using nothing but Excel. You might think that you need fancy, expensive software to be a data analyst, but the truth is, Excel is still the backbone of the industry. This video is unique because we aren't just looking at how to use formulas. Instead, we are looking at real-world business scenarios like understanding customer trends and predicting future sales so you can actually provide solutions as a developer or an analyst. Stay tuned because by the end of this video, you will see data in a completely different way. In this session, we are going to break things down step by step. First, we will discuss the 4 types of analytics, which is descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, and prescriptive, and how they apply to industries like finance and customer performance. Second, we will master data organization techniques, including how to use shortcuts to avoid the mouse, data validation to prevent errors, and how to group huge data sets for easier reading. Third, we will dive into essential formulas from basic mathematical and financial functions to advanced lookups like VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, and a powerful index match combination. Fourth, we will explore cell referencing, where we will explain exactly why and when to use those dollar signs to lock your data. Fifth, we will move on to visual analytics using conditional formatting and data bars to highlight trends instantly. Finally, we will wrap things up with advanced reporting using pivot tables and specialized charts like funnel charts to track business performance. So whether you're a student or working professional, these skills will help you upskill and stay ahead. So let's get started. Now before we move on, here's a quick information for you. If you're interested in boosting your career in business analysis, do not forget to check out our AI-powered business analyst course. Now this course is perfect for professionals looking to enhance their skills with the latest tools like Power BI, Excel, SQL, all while gaining hands-on experience with real-world projects. You will also learn how to leverage generative AI for smarter, faster decision-making. Our program is IIBA Babcock V3 aligned, and it will help you prepare for certifications like CBAP, CCBA. You'll also engage with 10 plus industry projects, 40 plus practical activities, and benefit from live online sessions led by experts. Plus, with Simplilearn's Job Assist, you will get the support you need to land your next big role. So before we move on, here's a quick quiz question to test your understanding. The question is, which type of analytics looks at the past to tell you what happened? Your options are descriptive, predictive, fast analytics, or guessing. Let me know your answers in the comment section below. So without any further ado, let's get started.
What is the need of the business analytics nowadays? If I may ask you, why businesses needs the analytics? And this is one of the reasons that you might have seen that in today's world, there are a lot of openings available for the data analyst, for the data scientist. Do you know why people are going there and doing the data analysis? So by using the past data, you can understand the trends. That is, and the moment you have something on your pen and paper, the moment you draw something, you'll get to know what is happening in your business. So this is one of the things, the business analytics is important. And then you can take your decisions as per that. Let's suppose if I'm seeing that my XYZ team is not performing well, so I can take a decision for them, stating that, okay, what you can do to improve the sales? Or can we replace the team with the new people? So this can be the decisions that can be taken at the end of the data analysis. And this is one of the reasons the business analytics is important nowadays in all the companies. If you take an example of 2016 and before 2016, people were not that much dependent on the data. They were doing the reporting, but analysis of the data that is being came into picture after the Power BI came into picture. We had the Tableau. So people got to know that yes, we can create a dashboard, we can maintain it, we can automate it. There is no personal interference required. So that is how the story has started. And now we are ending up in 2025 where we need, like every domain needs the analytics with them. Now, if I may want to explain this with the use of example, okay. Now, let's say business analytics has 3 aspects as far as the needs are concerned. One is I need to understand what is a changing market trends. I need to adopt it as a business. Then I need to stay ahead of the competition. So I should know that what is there available in the market and how I can implement that in my business to take a better decisions. Okay. And for this, I need people who know the trends available in the market. They should know how to implement the tool in the businesses. This is where we are coming into picture. Okay. Then at the end, the need of the business analytics is to drive the better decision making. So if I go back into the bottom up approach, to take a better decisions, to drive a better decisions, we have to stay ahead of the competition. So there we can say, yes, I'm taking a better decision. Let's suppose if Blinkit is saying I can deliver you in the 10 minutes, there is a data which has been proven behind that model, which they are committing, yes, we can deliver in the 10 minutes. Now, to deliver in the 10 minutes, their system has to be up to date. They has to be ahead of the competition, where like they're managing their vendor partners and the customers at the same time with the delivery partners, right? So if their tool is up to date, then they can deliver in the 10 minutes, because the moment customer is placing an order, the two notifications are going to the vendor partner and as well as to the delivery partner going to the store, picking up the material, giving it to the customer. This execution time is reduced. Previously, we could have seen that it was like half an hour. Now, as the new companies are coming into a picture into the quick e-commerce, there we can see that yes, they're ahead of the competitions. Where even the Amazon is not delivering in hours of time, where these people are delivering in 10 minutes of time. So that's how the difference that can makes when we are ahead of the competition and adopting the technologies as early as possible. Okay. Now to stay ahead of the competition, what do we need? We need to check what is a need of the market, what is the change in the market, what is the trend of the market, what issues that they are facing. So if I want to take the same example of the Blinkit, the market demand or the trend or the requirement was people were getting they were ordering from the e-commerce platform, but they were getting the delivery, let's say, in 2 days of time, or with the quick delivery pattern it was a days of time that they had to wait. That was a problem statement. Now, to analyze or to solve this problem, they have used multiple technical tools which can solve this problem, which can upgrade their tools to the next level and can be delivered into half an hour. Now, to stay ahead of all this competition, what was needed to adopt a new technology, they have adopted it. Now they can drive the better decisions. They're solving a problem of the market. So this is how the business analytics overall is helping each and every domain. That this is not related with the e-commerce, it is like every domain that any organization is having. So this is how it is helping them. Okay. Now, what is business analytics? So as we are discussing till now about the business analytics, let's understand what the terminology means of the business analytics. Okay. Now this is a skill, this is an application, this is a practice. So analytics in short is like we should have a good BI tools, we should have a skill set to solve the problems, and then we have a good practices or the best practices of the market that we can enable in the organizations. Okay. What business analytics does, it collects the data, it does the analysis, it does the performance analysis, and it gives some output to the people. So this is what the business analytics does. How many of you have heard about the Power BI or the Tableau? So what does this tool does? They do the data interpretation. So whenever you go for any competitive examination in the aptitude, you have a section called as a data interpretation. Why that is available? Because data can be interpreted by using the charts, visualizations, and that gives like most of the better picture compared to the data that we have. Now let's suppose quickly assume you have a data into an Excel worksheet. Okay, looking at those 1,000 line items will not end up anywhere. I need to apply so many formulas on it to understand what is a summation, what is a segment wise summation, and this is like increasing an efforts and time of mine. What I can do as a solution, I can create a pie chart on it, okay, on the data that I have on the Excel. The moment if I click refresh on the data, pie chart is also getting refreshed. So what is happening here is that we have a data visualization. Looking at that visual of the pie chart, we'll get to know that what is a percentage distribution. Okay, this kind of visualizations you can create in the Power BI. Power BI helps you to create a dashboard. Okay. Now, Power BI is again the Microsoft product. Then why we are learning Excel? So there are two things available. Power BI is a paid platform. Okay. Dashboards can be created free of cost, but the moment it comes to an organization, you cannot log in and use the Power BI service. That is a cloud. Then when we are sharing a report with other people, that is something that is not available. Where every organization have to pay some cost to the Power BI, to the Microsoft, then they can use that tool. Excel is not like that. Excel is free of cost. Everything is available in the Excel that we can use, and we can still create a similar kind of dashboard which we can create into a Power BI. Okay. Now a quick check with you. If we have a Power BI, which is a Microsoft application available, which I'm saying it is like free of cost. Sorry, Power BI that is paid, and Excel as a free of cost, then why organizations are using the Power BI? When it comes to the Power BI, it has so many capabilities that the Power BI can do. So that depends on what kind of data we are into or what kind of industry we are into. Okay, it may happen that the startup company, they want to adopt the analytical solutions but do not have a funding to invest into a BI tools. So in that case, let's suppose data is small. What we can do, we can use Excel. We can do similar things that we can do on the dashboarding of the Power BI and still create the same dashboard in the Excel. Okay. Now, this is a cost efficient for the startup. Also, they are adopting the analytical solution. They are understanding the trends. They are getting a data. They are doing a predictions by using the statistical techniques. This is what a solution that you can offer. Okay, as a developer. Then let's suppose if you use a Power BI, then you have lots of data. You want so much of automation and to be done there. So much of raw data is coming by different sources. In that case, you can use the Power BI. Now, if you see the history of the Power BI, that is being developed on the Excel platform only. So the major features for the cleaning of the data, those are coming from my Excel platform only. So this Excel can hold a lot of facilities. Okay, in terms of the business analytics. Let's see what capabilities that the Excel holds now. Okay, what it can do, it can perform the statistical analytics. This is a major part the Excel can do in terms of the data analysis, which we were speaking about, the regression, correlation, the linear data sets. This can be identified by using the Excel very easily. Okay, this is the best capability that the Excel has in terms of statistical analytics. Then this is the tool for anyone to start with. Okay, into the data analytics journey. So any new guy who wants to enter into the data analytics can start with the Excel, can do the basic analysis of the data, can create a dashboard, can summarize the data, can automate the tasks. So these are the capabilities Excel holds for the new people who are entering into the analytics. Okay. Then it has some added advantages, like it can do lot many reporting functions. So there are pre-built tools available in the Excel by using which we can do a lot of reporting stuff. Okay. Then it offers the analytical features, like we can create the data model, and that data model can be used to analyze the company's data. So this is a facility which is available to create a data model that is available in the Excel by using the Power Pivot functions. Or we have a Power Query in the Excel by using which we can still, clean the data. We can write the formulas over there. We can create a model. Everything is possible in the Excel. Okay. Now it is also having some in-memory technology, okay, which is compatible of a million bytes of data. So as I was saying about why Excel and why Power BI, if the data size is really low, let's say only million line items, if you have, now that can be carried by an Excel. So if we open the Excel and if we see the last line in the Excel, that is coming around a million line items. So this is a capacity of the Excel. Till that point of the data, you can still use an Excel. Okay. And if your data size is beyond that, you have a really very big data available, so many transactions in your stores are getting done every day, then I think an Excel is not a good option. So to the startups, I would say, if they don't want to invest into the BI tools, then Excel is a good option for them. Even for you as a learning, for any, let's suppose, an entrepreneur, they do not have to go to the Microsoft and take a license of the Power BI. Excel, free of cost, can done lot many things, which are definitely gonna help to the businesses. Okay, that we'll be studying in upcoming days. Okay, now it performs the necessary analysis without being dependent on the specialized solutions. The inbuilt things are available in the Excel. You just have to click, feed the data, it will give the answers to you. Okay, so these solutions are available in the Excel. So these are the capabilities of the Excel. So just to give a heads up on the Excel, okay, there is one platform called as an Power Query, okay, which can be used to clean the data. This is one aspect. We can connect multiple data sources to the Excel that I'll show in upcoming hours, where that option is available and how to collect the data. Okay, that is one of the option available. Then, as we know that the statistical techniques like ANOVA, regression. So these are like up to this. This is what is only helpful for the predictions, and every business needs the predictions. So this is also available in the Excel. You just have to enable, feed the data, we'll be getting an output. So these are the capabilities that the data analyst is using in their day-to-day activities. Till here, it's okay. Then let's see what are the features available in terms of the business intelligence into an Excel. Okay. As I was discussing, one feature that is available in the Excel, which can perform the data models, that is a Power Query. This is one feature. The second feature is available, the Power Pivot, which means what is a Power Pivot? The pivot table means that we can summarize the data. Okay. So let's suppose you have a data country wise and you have a transactional data of the stores. So that is like 1,000 lines, like 1,000 articles you are selling each day. So in the Excel, you'll be having 1,000 lines. And now these stores are there into the multiple countries. So just assume like what kind of data it is. Analyzing this data is little tedious task when it comes to the multi-country, multi-store data. Let's suppose you keep everything into an Excel, okay, appended, like consolidated to each other. Then if you put a a pivot table there, it can summarize the data for you. So what it will show like how many stores are there in each country and what the revenue that they are generating. It will create a very small table on the huge data available. So that is the pivot available. Now, what Power Pivot can do, it can connect multiple pivot tables together and create a model. So, Power Query, this is a feature in the Excel that can be used to collect the data, to clean the data, also up to certain extent to create the model. If you do not want to clean the data, then Power Pivot is also an option which can help you to create the data model. Okay. Then we have a Power View and the Power Map, similar to the features available here to analyze the data. There are the view features and to creating a map, which is a dashboard features available. Okay. So this is what is Excel is carrying with it. Okay. So these features are available in the Excel. Now, why Excel is a business analytics tool that we were discussing till now? What features that the Excel has? We can do the data exploration. That is an exploratory data analysis, EDA in the short terms that we means. Okay. What is that? We explore the data. The moment you have a data with you, okay, you will not come to a conclusion. You will do so many analysis, or you will be having so many questions in terms of the analysis on the data. So that slice and dice of the data, putting a filter, checking up of the values, this can be done in the Excel. So it makes us to explore the data. So this is an feature available in the Excel, which everyone of us could have used. The people at least who are working on the Excel might have used Excel for this only. Collecting a data, putting a filter, understanding how your team is performing, understanding how the data is there, what is the sales pattern. This is an exploration on the data we are doing. Okay. Then it can perform the powerful data analytics process just in one click. So there are features available in the Excel. You just have to call the feature, feed the data, you'll be getting an answer. So that powerful features are available into an Excel. Then we have the functions which are based on only business intelligence. So which means that analyzing the data, the statistical functions which are available, that is also available in the Excel. Then the future of the business intelligence workforce. What does it mean is that any companies who do not want to opt these solutions can do the data analytics by using an Excel. Okay. Now this is being preferred by almost all the people in the organization. It is not related with any of the domain specific, not only the analytics. If you take an example of finance department, sales department, automobile sector, day to day they are using Excel only. So this is what is the features that the Excel is carrying. Okay, I'll just skip this slide. We spoke about it. Now let's understand this analytics or the business analytics by using an example. Okay. Now let's say we all know Amazon. Okay. We all order from the Amazon. So let's suppose Amazon wants to predict what the customers will buy in the next month. What do you think? How this procedure will be? So let's discuss, let's brainstorm first. Okay. And then we'll go to the logics. So let's suppose Amazon is there and they want to predict the next month's sale. Now the sales, which is expected in the next month, what has to be kept in mind? What do you think? Now, customer can buy any month, anywhere in the year. Let's suppose a new Apple product came into September. So now people are buying it. That is obvious chance that a new product is coming into a market. There are the customer who are tend to buy. Okay. Let's suppose if you understand a customer buying pattern, customer is buying only electronics items from the Amazon. Then in that case, we can say, okay, we can divide the customers into different segments. the customers who are buying the electronic items, the customer who are buying clothing items, okay, the home furnishing. So these are the segments that you can do into the customer analytics. Now, when it is coming to the festive season in the India, okay, this is a month where the Amazon could have already predicted that what can be sold. What do you think on the Amazon? What you could buy more into the festive season? So we are staying in India. We have a Diwali coming closer, so we know what we are tend to buy. But let's suppose if I'm sitting in the India and I want to do the analysis of China in their festive season, what they'll buy, it becomes very difficult. So what do we need? As we discussed, we need a past data. Past data of what do we need in that particular season? What is the buying pattern of each customer when the let's suppose December is coming closer? Okay, they have the Christmas coming closer. So most of the countries tend to buy more into that season. India is a country which is not tend to buy more into a Christmas season. They'll tend to buy into the Diwali season. So this is what is in pattern which is available country wise approx. Now the moment if I have this data with me, it becomes easy for me to keep a stock up to date. So from let's say from 5 years from today, since 2020 to 25, if I have a data, I'll get to know that which category of the Amazon is selling most, which is like the electronics, the home decor, or the clothing category, apparels, which category is selling more. So I can go to my customers, sorry, I can go to my vendor partners and I can ask them to keep a more stock of it. Because they tend to sell more on this particular season. Now, this entire analysis prediction is coming by using two ways. Okay. One, the most big pattern that is like the past data that I have. Okay. This plays a major role, the past data. Then, depending on that past data, we can do a forecasting that what can be an expected sales that we can expect. So, what do you think? Looking at the Indian patterns, let's suppose Amazon, hypothetically, I'm saying that Amazon could have sold like 2 billions of sales into the Diwali season in 2024. Okay, 2 billions that they have sold into the last year. Is it expected that 2025 also they'll be selling 2 billion? Yes, as we are discussing, new customers are coming each month or each year. The number of customers increase. How will I understand that? The moment if I have the count of customers in the festive season that they are buying, from that since last 5 years, what is the percentage change that I can expect? So let's suppose in last 5 years, 15% increase in new customers coming in. Then that is one of the potential reason they could tend to sell more than 2 billions. This is one reason. The second reason is what the financial reforms happen. So this is like country wise it differs. So let's suppose in India a few reforms has happened towards the financial stages, then I could say that yes, the people are tend to buy more because the things are getting cheaper. So this kind of analysis that Amazon have already done, and they have predicted keeping every aspect in mind. So what are the changing factors is the market, the number of buyers, their buying patterns. So these are the things which are going to keep common. Okay, if you want to do a study by using an Excel, by using BI platform or AI anywhere. Okay. So when Amazon says the festive season expectation in terms of prediction, they have to consider all these aspects together. So when you say you want to predict something for your company, you should have a relative data to predict. The moment you have the relative data, and if you study what kind of data is available, then in that case, you can still go ahead and you can give the predictions to the people into the respective businesses you are working into. Okay, this is possible, and these prediction capabilities are available into an Excel. Okay, and those are available by using the statistical methods like regression. Okay, now let's see what the Simplilearn offers. Okay, Simplilearn's Excel that we're gonna see that offers like introduction to the Excel, then how to use the Excel as an analytics tool. Okay, it will enable you to collect the data, perform the in-depth analysis of the data. So as I was saying, we'll be spending more time into the data analysis and the patterns available, the features available into an Excel. We'll be spending a lot of time there. Okay, then it will help you to learn the concepts and the procedures that can be used for the data analytics. It will also show you how to use the Excel to perform the multivariate statistics. So there are various techniques available into the statistics. I'll be showing you that too. Okay. At the end, it will help you to understand how to explore the data, how to experiment, how to do the forecast, how to compare the forecasted results with the actual results that you have, and then how to use Excel as a dashboarding tool. So this is what we'll be seeing into the Simply Learn course. Okay. Then, what the Simplilearn offers you, it offers you this business analytics with overall different type of analytics patterns available with the hands-on. Like on the LMS, there is the project available. There are assignments which are available. You can go there. You can solve them after we have a session together. Okay, my session will be, I'll be explaining you the concept. With me, you can still perform the similar hands-on on the examples I have. If you talk about the Simply Learn, we have a 24 by 7 support available. If you have any difficulties anywhere into, let's say, you could not able to log in, could not able to download the data, whatever is there is an LMS portal where this 24/7 support is available. You just have to request for a call back. So depending on the case that you have, a particular department will connect with you. Okay. You can submit the queries by an AI chatbot available there. Okay. You can still attend the batch and revisit the concept. So recordings are available. So into the 48 hours, you can see the recording on the LMS portal. So whatever we are discussing right now, this is recorded, and up to maximum 48 hours, you can see that 24 to 48 hours, the recordings will be available. So why it is helpful to you? You can still revisit the concept that you have not understood. So the people, let's suppose 50 people are available here. All 50 will not go with the same pace, will not understand everything together. So they can still go revisit. I'll be sharing the Excel files there on the portal also, so you can take that files, revisit the lecture, understand the concept. If you're not understanding that, there is a pre-recorded session available on the LMS portal, okay, which is being created by you with the help of AI. That is also helping you to understand the concept. Okay. So these are the ways from where if something is missed, you can still learn. Okay. So this is what is an revisiting and concept available. Live chat box that is also available on the LMS portal. You can go anytime there. You can ask any questions to the support. They'll reach back to you. Okay, let's now speak about more about the business analytics in Excel. Okay, how the business analytics is done, the features of it. So we have seen what is business analytics. Okay, so if I want to ask you, there are two profiles available in the market. One is business analyst, one is data analyst. Okay, have you ever heard about a business analyst? So before looking at this slide, if I just want to have some insights from you, do you know who is a business analyst? Let me give a clarity on that. So now the data analyst is a person who is doing the data analysis, which means collecting the data, analyzing the data, creating a dashboards. Okay. Now in the past years, we could have seen that there are two profiles available: business analyst and the data analyst. Data analyst is focusing only on creating the dashboard, analyzing the data. Business analyst work is to bridge a gap between the information team or the source team and the development team. So he is a person who understands both. He collects the data from there. He helps into the implementation and the development of it. Okay, but in today's world, I would say these two profiles working on the similar line. There is no separate business analyst. There's no separate data analyst. So the business BI developer or any data analyst has to perform these two tasks together. Okay, which means that what was happening, the data analyst, he's doing everything. He's digging up into a data. He's writing the KPIs. He's creating a dashboard, and there is a person who is explaining the dashboard created by a data analyst. So this step can be eliminated. So the data analyst can only go and explain that what I have created, what it is going to help to your business. But what he needs to have a more business understanding. Okay. So that is how these roles are coming into picture. Now the business analyst, if you even see here, okay, he in the organization, he is responsible to speak with the stakeholders, with your customers. Okay, he is responsible to collect the data. He is responsible to do the performance analysis, risk analysis. Okay, he should know all the analytical concepts. So now the moment if I say a business analyst should know all the analytical concept, data analyst should know all the business analyst concept, these two profiles can go hand in hand. Okay, so in the current era, in 2014, 2024, 25, we what I have seen into an industry is that this business analyst profile is like almost eliminated. Now the data analyst can do the business analyst work, and if the business analyst person is available in the corporates, he can do the data analysis work. Okay. Now this is what is in current stage for the business analyst is. So what is his day-to-day life work as a business analyst is to speak with the stakeholders, understand the project, collect the requirement, take a requirement gathering, fetch the data to the tools, clean the data, see the KPIs given by my stakeholders, the data is sufficient enough there or not. If the sufficient data is available, then create a model, create a dashboard, and then go back to the stakeholder and say that this dashboard is done. Now use this dashboard. Okay, so this is how the day-to-day work life of the business analyst or the data analyst looks like. Okay, now what is an analytics and where we can use it. Okay, so these are few examples. This is not industry specific, or else you could have seen that this analytics or the business intelligence may have started with the sports or into a government sector, or you may have read about this that the sports and the governments are there since very long, that they're using a data to do the business intelligence. Okay, then the businesses have started adopting it, various domains have started adopting it. Okay, so if I quickly want to ask you that, what do you think, where the business intelligence can help into the finance domain? What would you say? So this is mostly towards the fintech startup. So fintech is one of the domain into the finance, which is a financial technologies, creating a bitcoins, doing the predictive analytics. Okay, there definitely it can help, because depending on the data, they can still predict the future. This is one of the example. Okay, second can be, let's suppose, into a stock market. Okay, what do you think, in the stock market, does the business intelligence can help, or the data analytics can help? If yes, then any example you have. So stock prices, I would say, can be predicted by using the moment you have a backend data with you. So the patterns, the trends can be analyzed. You can implement those trends. You can still see what can be, from where you are seeing the losses, from where you are seeing the profits, where to invest, where not to invest, what is the trend line is all about. So this is something into a finance where the business intelligence is helping us. Okay, so this is one of the area into a finance. What do you think in the sports? You might have seen into a cricket most of the time, or into a football, that lot many analysts are sitting there on the ground doing an each and every analysis of the pattern that the the player is throwing a ball, the batsman is using the ball, where the which hand he is using, which portion he has. Okay, so these all are the factors which are coming from the data only. Okay, then government sectors, most of the government sectors are using the BI since very long. Okay, it was not only for the production, it was just for the analysis too. Now you could see that the various businesses where like we are working now, the various companies, they have started adopting the analytical tools. This is what has happened since 2016-17. Okay, after that I could see there is a tremendous adoption into the analytics rate, and that is leading somewhere around creating more jobs or more opportunities into analytics. Now it is expected from the domain people also to have a knowledge of the analytics, because they should drive a certain decisions, and that decisions are helpful to the businesses. Okay, even if you could take an example of the very startup firm. Okay, before coming to the market, they are doing the analysis of the market. They are keeping everything in hand before entering into any product line. This is how the startups nowadays are working. It is not an era where I would say I want to go in the sector, get a funding, start a manufacturing of the XYZ. This is not working like that nowadays. Everyone knows about the analytics. Everyone knows market trends, what is going in the market, where the common data is sitting from the government side. Okay, people are collecting the data, doing the trial and errors before investing, and then they're deciding, okay, this field is good for me to for an investment to start my company with. So this is the current trend that I could say that is available in the market. Okay, do you have any examples on the startups, or you might have done the digging into the data, doing the analysis of the data, that let's suppose if you want to go in future, if you want to be an entrepreneur, then which can be that domain?
Maybe a food business.
Yeah, so any specific domain that you might have think, and you're doing the data analysis. Now, why I'm asking this question is that if you're not thinking right now, after this session, or after having this at least an Excel session, you may be in that position that yes, you'll not be investing directly, or you'll not be thinking that I want to go in this domain and start my startup with. Okay, there is a lot of analysis that you could do before going into any domain. Okay, that is how the analytics is offering nowadays to the people. So these are the domains where the analytics is helping us. Okay, and now what is an analytics? Is that we all know this is what is a process of collecting a data, cleaning a data, defining meaningful insights, creating a dashboards, and giving the analysis to the people. In short, that is what is an analytics is. Excuse me. Now, the study of analytics, where it is up to. So it gives me the trends, it gives me the forecasting, it gives me the dashboard. It can help me to understand the problem statement to take a decision. It can do the performance management too. Now, evaluating the performance of the business, which is the performance management sector of the company. Now, there you could see there are a lot of analytical jobs available into the analytics, where the performance management department is available. What do they do? So, what the people are doing, the statistical people or statisticians available into a company, mostly the data scientists, what they're doing, they're helping a company to see what is my predicted profit. Okay. And then you will be achieving that profit. So we'll be having two numbers with us, predicted for that month and achieved for that month. So the business performance department is only responsible to check what is the difference between it, how the business is getting impacted with the studies, statistical studies that we are doing, and where we are up to, what are the reasons of it. So a lot of the business analytics work is getting done into the business performance department, that is a performance management department of the company. Now every company, almost like I would say every company, may have this department where they're doing the performance assessments. This is not only specific to the profits. This is related with the businesses, hiring new people, taking new projects. So the expectation of the project was XYZ. What does we have achieved? Spending hours of the people on the project. So this is where this performance management department is sitting and doing the analysis of each and every sector of the company. And there you could see majority of the openings in terms of the analytics. Okay. Now the goal for the study for this analytics, okay, is to improve the businesses to take a better decisions. That is what the this department is focusing mostly on. The basic criteria behind this is like just to help the business that they should grow further, they should make more profits, okay, and they should adopt, they should increase in terms of the numbers. That is what uh, that the analytics is helping the people. Okay, let's see, this is the problem we have. Okay, let's see what is an example problem we have. So we have an operation head of multinational tire company wants to do the detailed analysis of the defects during the tire manufacturing production. Okay, and its various manufacturing plants across the globes. So we have across the globe, we have different plants available, and there is a production of the tire that is happening. Okay, now there are multiple defects coming from a different units. Okay, now he want to do the study of that, what defects are coming and from where it is coming. Okay, now every time there is a defect during the manufacturing process, the defect is stored with the predefined defect code. So what is happening after the tire manufacturing is done, if there is a defect, then there is a code given. So whatever tires are getting recorded under that code are the defective tires in the manufacturing coming in. Okay, now let's say as a business analyst or the data analyst, how you can help the head of this operations team. So let's see, whatever we have discussed is written over here. Okay, so what the first step that we'll be doing, will be implementing the proper analytics. Okay, how? By performing the analysis of every product, every machine, and for the every operator. Okay, so the moment you have a data for every product, every machine, and for every operator, then you can do some analysis out of it. Okay, then you can come to that decision that how many defects are there in each plant. Then you can go in detail to see each product or each the person who is there. Okay, so this is what is an analysis you can do. What is an outcome of it? Okay, you can optimize the performance, which means that you can, you know, help them to reduce the number of defects. That can be a one of the solution that will come at the end of it. Okay, I think we are good till here. The next topic that I have, that the types of analytics. So there are different four type of analytics available. Okay, let's see one by one which are there. Okay, now the second was diagnostic, like why it has happened, asking multiple why things into it. That is called as a diagnostic. So let's take a similar example, defects. Now why the defects are happening? Okay, then the reasons could be the machine is defective. This is one of the reason. The second could be your worker is not trained fully on creating or manufacturing those tires. Okay, that could be one of the reasons. So there are multiple reasons available why these defects are 10% in a particular segment of the manufacturing. Okay, then going into details of it, When you go in the details of each data points available, that is called as a diagnostic analysis, where you are asking multiple why questions and giving an analysis to the people. That okay, if the defects are more, then this could be the probable reasons. Then let's suppose if the buyer is not trained, then what could be a solution. This is what you go into a data analysis. Diagnostic analysis help you to understand or to ask questions on why this is happening. If my sales numbers are going down, what are the reasons behind that? If I'm passing this kind of analysis, it's called as in diagnostics. Okay. Now, third one is called as in predictive analytics, where we speak about the future of the data. Okay, what can be the predicted number of sales? What can be predicted number of profit? Can I expect my cost will increase in upcoming days, or my cost will decrease in upcoming days? Do I have my working capital? What could be the working capital for next 5 months? So if you have these kind of questions, okay, that leads to the prediction of the data depending on the past data you have. Okay, this also goes into the marketing campaigns. Okay, then what has happened on your marketing campaign and what you can expect if I invest more into the marketing campaign. So these kind of questions leads to the predictive analytics. Okay, now generic questions that should that your and the dashboard should answer, like who will respond to this campaign, what was the product, what was the channel that you have used, what are the potential values of each customer and what is their prospect, who will stop the subscription of the service and when. So this kind of analysis is something called as a predictive analytics. Okay, this is based on two things. You have a past data and you have the statistical models with you, which can do the prediction on your behalf. So whenever you create this kind of dashboards called as a predictive analytics, then we have a prescriptive analytics, solution oriented analytics. Okay, where you describe that whatever is available into the descriptive analytics. So the past data. Descriptive analytics says you have a past data. Okay. Then you go into the prescriptive analytics, which is a decision making. So if XYZ thing is happened, what can be the solution? If ABC things are happening, then what can be the possible solution? Okay. So this is what the prescriptive analytics is saying. This is a solution oriented approach. For example, if you see a traffic jams on the place A at 6 o'clock in the evening time, then what can be the solution for that? So your route will say, okay, of this route you will be reaching in the minimum optimum time. Okay, so when it comes to the optimization of the things, the prescriptive analytics come into picture. This is a solution oriented. Let's suppose in the business you have a sales going down or sales going up. What are the reasons for it? If my sales is going down, what I can do to increase the sales, or what factors it is impacting? For example, if my sales goes down and I can see that my customers who were with me, now they are releasing my subscription. Okay, then what I can do here as a solution, I can give them a discount so that they can come on board again, they can start investing again, they can be the customer of mine again. So in this way my sales will increase. So thinking on my data set that what is happening, if the particular number or the KPI is going to the down or the bottom side, what are the reasons of it? If you are achieving the target number, then what were the reasons that you have achieved your target numbers? So whenever these kind of questions will come to you, this is called as an prescriptive analytics. All right. So the next one which I have, that is an areas of analytics. Okay, where you can apply the analytics. Now this is not domain specific, to be very honest. Okay, analytics can be applied in each and every domain. We just have to know what are the the features that the tools are holding and how you can help the business. The moment you know about this, you can apply analytics anywhere. Okay, this is the very broader umbrella. This is not a domain specific. Okay, let's take an example of industry focused analytics. Okay, so a particular industry, let's suppose a manufacturing industry, want to do their analysis in terms of what is in manufacturing trends, what is happening there, what is the capacity that each machine is holding, what is the capacity of each plant, what is happening there, what is the sales happening. These are like industry focused analytics, where like in each industry this is applicable, not related with any specific one. It is applicable to all the industries. Okay. Then we have a financial analysis where we were speaking about multiple things like a stock market, fintech industries. So there the financial analytics matters, even into your investments too. Let's suppose if you're doing any investments, wherever it could be, into the mutual funds into a fixed deposits, wherever it is. Okay, if you want to study that, so you have a data with you. So how you decide that you want to invest into the particular XYZ mutual fund? Because you'll be seeing the patterns, you'll be having data with you. You can decide easily where to invest and where not to invest. Likewise, this is applicable to all financial sectors, like that is being an accounting sector, or that is being a financial management, forecasting, planning, budgeting, whatever sector it is, you can still apply your analytics into that sector. And most of the sector where you could see the job openings, okay, that is into the financial sector. This is a sector where you could see most of the analytics job openings are coming, because these people deal with the numbers, and for the businesses number matters. So this is one of the domain where you could see the most of the job openings. Okay, then we have the performance analytics. As I was speaking, after the financial analytics we have the performance analytics, where you could see high number of job openings. Why? Because this is a department, this deals with the performance of entire thing, performance of project, performance of industry, performance of your dashboard, your each KPIs, what is forecasted, what you have achieved, is dealing entirely into the descriptive statistics, providing each and every insight to the business and their leaderships so that they can take their decisions. So these are the two areas, financial and the performance, where you could see the job openings are available, or you could upskill in these areas for yourself. Okay, now the fourth one is the customer analytics. Any idea on this customer analytics or any insights that you have? Let's discuss about it. You will get an idea what it is. Okay. So tell me that, let's take an example of, okay, let's suppose if you go to a store like a DMart or into the Reliance Mart, okay, there are offers available, right? Now these offers are very generic, right? Like each and every person visiting to the store can opt those offers. Okay. Now this is called as a very generic offers available. But let's suppose if I have my store and I'm dealing into the wholesale business, okay, and I have specific 50 customers with me who are coming to me buying in bulk quantity and they're selling at their retail store. Okay, let's take this example. Now the customer segmentation, I would say I can give a very relative example to you all. Now, let's say out of these 50 customers which are coming to my store each day, if I sit and do the customer analytics, what will come in my mind is that out of these 50 customers, which are my regular customers? Okay, I want to give them an offer. Top 10 people, I want to give them an offer out of this 50. Now, how will I decide that? I'll be deciding that how many people are more frequent to my store, coming on daily basis, or at least in a week they are visiting once or twice. So I would say that, okay, these are the customers to whom I should give an offer to. Okay, so these customers are coming into my top 10 categories. Okay, I would say this is one area. Okay, second is that it also impacts my business, that what the price that they are buying, how much they are buying for me, right, which is a monetary benefit. Is it matters or not? Like 50 out of 50 customers, there could be like 15, 20 customers who are buying in high quantity from my store. They're paying me much more. I would say I want to go to them and give them an offer, because they're really buying a lot of stuff from my store. Could be another reason, right? So we saw which was the most recent customer, sorry, which was most frequent customer who is coming again and again to my store. Okay, I'll be seeing monetary benefit wise who is giving me more monetary benefits. Okay, and who all are the recent customers came in the last week and buy more of the products from my store. The moment I have this data with me, I'll get to know that. I'll say, okay, the customer who is more frequent, uh, who is more recent, and customer who is spending a lot of money on my store, purchasing a lot of things from my store, I would give discounts to them. Isn't it a good idea? Okay, now let's see that what offers I can offer to them. Okay, now let's say, now this is an algorithm available into a data science, okay, called as an RFM analysis. This RFM analysis do the customer segmentation. This is just we are discussing that we had this customer analytics word came into picture, so I thought of giving you more idea on that. Okay, what does it do? It divides the customer and creates the segments of each. So let's say the more frequent, recent, and monetary benefit wise customer, I would run best offer to them. Okay, I'll give, like, let's say like a buy one get one, because they are already coming to me buying more stuff. Okay, these are the perfect customers to me. Then I'll be having another category where like the customer is not most recent but purchasing more from me, coming once in a month but spending a lot of money to me. This can be one of the category. To them, what I can do, I can run an offers or the promotional offers to attract them so that they can come frequent to my store. Isn't it a good idea? The second category of the customer who are not coming frequently. There is a different, the ads I can run for them so that they can come frequently to my store, right? Let's suppose if they are not spending much of the money to my store, but the customer is recent and frequent, coming again and again, buying very small stuffs. What I can do, I can give like a lot of discounts to them. Let's suppose if they buy in an entire crate, let's suppose the Coca-Cola is available. There is a box of 12 pieces. And this 12 box bundle of 12 box in the entire crate, these are like 120 boxes available. I'll say to these customers who are coming and buying into the less quantity to me that buy this entire crate, okay, and I'll give you like 60% off on the prices. Good for me, good for them. They're buying more from me. I'm getting my the stock is also getting into the turnover. Now, these are the solutions that can be provided. So, customer analytics is an area where each and every level of customer analysis can be done. And this is not specific to this example. This can be anywhere. Okay, this can be your customers of your business, the companies that you are working with, uh, the e-commerce platform that you are dealing with, the short e-commerce or the food e-commerce platform that we have as Swiggy and Zomato. They are also giving you notifications that you haven't purchased in last 10 days, 5 days, haven't seen you a week. So these notifications are coming. Why? Because they're doing the analysis of your buying pattern. They're doing, and they're categorizing you, that how, what type of customer you are, and then they're giving the promotional offers to attract more customers to them, to spend more with them. So this is how the entire ideology of the analytics is running behind every business. Okay. So if you get time, just read about this RFM analysis. This is a good one as an knowledge perspective also, in terms of the analytics. This really works well into the organizations. Okay, and then I'll move to the risk analytics. Okay, what do you think? I'll simply go to the risk analytics slide. Okay, so what kind of risks are available? What do you think? So if you see, there are two type of risk available. Okay, one is predicted risk, another is unpredicted risk. Okay, unpredicted risk, we cannot do any calculations around it. Anytime, whatever, like anything can happen. Let's say these insurance people, the insurance industry cannot predict the unpredicted risk. What they can do the analysis of is of the predicted risk, right? So let's see the examples of which. Let's take an example of the credit card. Let's suppose you are into a bank and you want to do the risk analysis of the customers, okay, who are using the credit cards. What do you think? What things that you will keep in your mind? You want to give a new credit card. So there are two scenarios here. Okay. Let's take a first example where you want to give the credit card to a customer. First time you are giving a credit card. Okay. What is the risk that you can expect? It could be possible he is an employed guy working with the company. The risk will be different. He is the proprietor or an entrepreneur. The risk will be different there. So you'll be seeing the category of the segment first, and then you are seeing a risk and expecting what is the risk that he can do. So let's suppose you offer this credit card to the customer who is an employee of the company. Then what you can expect, repayment may not happen. He may become a default. That is one of the expectation. So this is a risk to me. Let's say if he does the same, okay, he do not pay, he swiped the card for 50,000. Now he is not in a position to pay this 50,000 to you. Now this is the calculated risk. Okay, so what you can do, whenever the customer is swiping the card very first time, you will keep in mind that you will be giving minimum swipe value to the customer. Okay, let's say your limit is 1 lakh rupees, but in first 6 months you can only use it for 50,000 rupees. Why? Because this is a calculated risk. If using 50,000 rupees and paying it back, then that is called as a calculated risk. Okay, his repayment pattern is better. Okay, then the moment he start using or started lending the money from the institutions, like the loans using the credit cards, there is a CIBIL score getting generated. right? You'll be fetching that data also. You'll be using the CIBIL score and then the repayment history of the customer, and then you could say, okay, this customer is good to give the credit card or not. So this way, the entire financial industry, okay, is doing the analysis, the risk analysis. So this was in terms of the credit cards or the loans that give to the customer. Okay, this kind of risk, this is a calculated one. Uncalculated means what? Let's suppose you take a insurance for your flat. Okay, assume that you have a 2 BHK flat into the XYZ residency, and you took always the insurance of it. Insurance of what? Insurance of natural calamities. If the building will fall, if there is a fire, this is like an unpredicted one. You cannot expect that this will happen at this time and this is what has happened in the past. Not possible. So this is unpredicted one. Here, the insurance company will always keep a funding stating that okay, if this happens, let's suppose if they have a data with them and they say 5% of the times it has happened that they have to repay in terms of the unpredicted risk, there they're keeping that fund for the unpredicted risk, and they're using like 95% funds for their day-to-day activities. So any kind of risk available, okay, if you want to put analytics across it, you need to think all of this aspect. This can be applicable to the companies where you are working to, the projects that you are working on, the day-to-day activities that you are doing. So there is always a calculated risk that your leadership or your managers or you become as an analyst, you should be keeping that. Okay, so this is what is a risk analytics is all about. Okay, as I was discussing the types of risk analytics, one is quantitative and second is qualitative. Okay, uh, the best example for this was a credit score to discuss with you guys. Now, what are the key takeaways from the entire discussion that I have? That is, there are four types of analytics available: descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, and prescriptive. Okay, how analytics is helping to the businesses, and what type of segments or which type of domains are available where you can see most of the analytics is happening and more job opportunities are available. Okay. The people who have not seen a dashboard, just go on the Google and just type sales analytics dashboard. Okay. And click on images. You'll be seeing that visual representation. So the dashboard is not only a single page. Okay. It is not a report that you will be creating a single page. So as a solution towards this project, what you will do, let's suppose if you are creating the sales analytics. So the first two pages you will be keeping that for the descriptive analytics on that what has happened on the data, entire data analysis study of the past, descriptive. One more page that you will create that will speak about why it has happened, diagnostic. Okay. And then if your stakeholder asks you to create the analytical solutions for what can be the best solution, you may create one more page. If they say, you know, they are going to take a manual decision looking at the data, they'll be using their mind and taking a decision, you'll not be creating it. So the types are available here depending on the use case. You will, you know, add those pages in your dashboard, those analysis in your dashboard, and then you will create an entire end-to-end dashboard. So it is not a specific to the one criteria only that you will be creating that. You'll be, you know, merging the multiple types of the dashboard depending on the use case. So let's do a quick knowledge check from you people. Okay. Uh, Looking at the question, what is the question? Which one of the following is not the type of business analytics? What do you think? Option A, B, C, D. Yes. So, performance analytics is not a type of business analytics. Okay, that's correct. The next question: which one of the following is true for the descriptive analytics? So, descriptive speaks about what has happened, right? So, that is the reason descriptive analytics is available. Now, the question is predictive analytics helps to forecast what might happen. Is it probabilistic? Wherever you do some forecasting, it is only a probabilistic. There is a high chance that you will come across that number, but you will not match that number. It is a probability that you will be creating. Okay, so that's true. Next, dash dash is the practice of using data and the technology to study how your business is performing to continuously make it better. What do you think? Which one? So it is a performance analytics where you will be studying the performance of any domain, any industry, or any project. Well, which of the following is an example of the customer analytics? It is very pretty clear that I'll just give you the heads up on what Excel, the people who are using it very first time, what is available where, a walkthrough on it. where the add-ins are available, where the customized ribbon is available, where to see which version, the types of Excels. Let's see this together. If I look at this Excel file, okay, this is an very area where the matrix is available. Okay, we all know these are the columns, these are the rows. Okay, to each cell number, there is a cell value which is available on this left hand side, which is say it as a D4, which means the D column and the fourth row. The cell number is D4. Okay, so this is how we understand from here. This fx is an area where you can write the formulas. Okay, all the formulas start with something called as an equals to. The moment you type equals to, your Excel will understand you are writing a formula. Okay, and if you do not type equals to and just type a formula, it will understand that it is a text which is coming there. Okay, why it is like that? Because Excel is built on the language called as an VBA. Okay, so whenever you write the codes, your VBA script is getting run at the back end. Okay, for that reason, with the type of equals to, you are telling an VBA script that you are writing a formula. Okay, and that formula can be written in the cell, or the entire formula can be visible in this center. Okay, if you go to the files, okay, and if you click on more, there is an option called as an account. Click here. Do it on your screen too. Go to the file, click on more, and click on account. So now this is an account information available. I'm using a Microsoft Excel that is an Office version of 2021. Okay. Now, why this is important to understand? Because any version which is beyond 2017 may not have few features available, or any crack version that you are downloading from the internet, okay, without having a license copy. There are the chances. I'm not saying there are the chances, but there may be a chance that you may have little formulas here and there. So few things may be available, few things may not be available. So you'll be having updated. So this is an information about your account. This tells that if something is not happening, then what it is causing to. You just give this information to the chat GPT or to the Google, then it will say you that if particular formula is not available, function is not available, then what is the reason behind it. Okay, so all account related information is available on the screen. Okay, come back now. On the menu bar, you can see these options are available. You may have all the options, you may not have all the options. Okay, like me, I use macros, I write the macros, so I have this developer tab enabled. Okay, so this is not required for everyone. That is the reason these tabs are disabled into an Excel. So whenever required, you just have to go there, enable it. So as the time comes for the macros, I'll show you how to enable these tabs in the chat box. Sorry, into the add-in box. Now looking at this is a home tab which can be used to the very frequent ones in terms of Excel. These functions are available on the home tab. Okay, then this is an insert. You can see here, you can type insert the pivot tables, you can insert the all kind of charts here, text boxes, filters, timelines. Any link is, if you want to provide any link, you can just copy paste that link, so the people who are using your dashboard just click on it and they can reach out to the link. This is possible. Okay, if you go to the draw section, this is not much useful to us. Page layouts are useful to decide that are you using an which kind of orientation, portrait or landscape. This is useful when it comes to dashboard creation. In the basics, you will be having only the portrait, the by default one. Okay, this is the formula sector. Under this section, you will be seeing all the formulas available. So if you don't know any formula, okay, and if you think that you're dealing with the dates, for example, I want to do a subtraction between two dates. So customer who bought the product and the manufacturing date, what is the difference between that? So these kind of questions, if you have, and if you're looking out for a solution, then you have to come for the formulas. Come in this tab, you'll be having everything available. So let's suppose if I click on the date and time. So everything related with the date and time is available. Okay. So this is where you don't know about the things. Okay. And some of all of a sudden, if project needs something, if somebody is saying you, I want to write some logical functions where I have, let's say, a 10 conditions, then what are the conditions? All conditions should meet, or any one of the conditions should meet, then work. Okay, if you have this kind of statement available, problem statement, then you can come to the logical function. Now here the and, or, nor, switch, if, error, everything is available. If you have a condition to check, you have a if condition available. You just have to click here. You may see that this box is coming. Why? Because This is to the people who don't know how to write the formulas. Okay, if you are learning the formulas from the basics, then this formulas tab will definitely help you. Or if you are using this very first time, this will definitely help you. Okay, now at the background you could have seen that is equals to if, and the moment if I pass any logical test and value true and false, automatically formula will execute at the back. Just click here, see that what are the financial formulas are available, lookup references, mathematical and trigonometry ones, whatever is not related, like a statistical formulas. You can see here. If you are doing any re-engineering work, then these kind of things are available here. Cube related are available here. Any web function like encoding it, encoding an URL, if you want to enable that function of clicking on the URL or directly fetching a data from the URL, everything is available. So all functionalities that you need apart from the basic ones. So this is an entire function library available. Then data is a tab where we'll be working most of the time. Okay, because we are doing the data analysis, we are fetching the data, analyzing the data, applying the statistical functions on it. So this is a tab where we'll be working like almost all the time. Okay, now as I was saying that in the data, let's spend a little more time here. Okay, because it's helpful to you. Now the first option here is called as an get and transform data, which means that this enables us to pull the data. Okay, now if you see, there is an option called as an click data, sorry, get data. Click here. Now there are multiple options available from where you are fetching a data. So let's see one by one. If I click on file, then that can be any kind of file: Excel, CSV, JSON, PDF, any kind of file. So you can export a data from any third party file. For example, okay, let's suppose you are into a team, okay, and let's suppose you are a manager of a team, okay, and you want to see the like day-to-day production of people. So what is happening, you will be enrolling one Excel file to the people so that they can fill the production that they have done on each day, right? Now you'll be having each one by one file available, stored for, let's say, the 1st of October, 2nd of October, 3rd of October. Okay, there's a separate file available. You're looking out for the consolidated one. So what you will do in the normal cases, you'll ask someone to open the files, copy paste the data on each and below each other, and then give it to me. That is what I will do in the normal cases if I don't know the features about the Excel. Okay. Now, how to fetch a data from these, let's say 22 working days are there. So 22 Excel files are generated. So I want to fetch a data from these 22 Excel files. So what I have to do, I need to store those all 22 files into one folder. Okay. Come to the Excel, come here into the from file, there is an option from folder. So this way you can collect the data from the folder, all Excel files, and then you can just combine it. There is an option here also called as in combine queries. What kind of combine you want to see? You want to combine the rows or you want to combine the columns? I want to combine the rows, so that is called as an append. If I want to combine the columns, that is called as a merge. It is that simple. So what you will be doing as a solution, coming to the get data, clicking on file, clicking on folder. Okay. After this, it will ask you the location of folder, which folder you want to export a file from. And then once you give the location of it, it is collecting the data and giving the files to you. This is that easy. Okay. Coming back to my question. If you're fetching a data from anywhere, it is available. This is just for the Excel file or any CSV file or text file or from a folder. Okay. Then in the from database, so you can connect any database like SQL server, Microsoft servers. Okay. And you can take a data from there. So most of the time, the data is available into a SQL server in the form of the relational databases, or it may be available into a Microsoft server, wherever it is. So you can connect it. When I say about the Microsoft server, the Azure comes into a picture because this is a Microsoft, the tool available or a cloud platform available. You can connect any data which is available on the cloud of the Microsoft to the Excel. Okay, it is just that you have to click here from data from Azure Data Explorer, give the ID password. You will be fetching a data from there to here. Okay, it's very simple. It is that easy. Any other source, if it is not available on my database, not from any file, I can connect anything here, which is like from web, like an API connections. If the data is available on some of the website, You can pull a data from there by using this web option. Okay, any ODBC connections, any blank queries which are available can be fetched to my Excel. So these are the very basic options available. Okay. Now there is an option called as a launch Power Query Editor. This is what I was speaking about for the data cleaning. Okay. We'll not go into that. This is not required for the course. Then if you have any queries and connections of the models you are building, it will come here. The sort and the filter is an option which will help you to sort the data and the filter the data. These are the data tools available. We'll be seeing this one by one. This is a forecasting method available, like what if analysis and forecasted sheet. Okay, we'll be getting seeing an examples of this. This analyze may not be available for you. This is an external add-in that we have to do, which can solve the problem and do the data analysis for us. Okay, so this is where you can see that. So this tab is something that we'll be spending a lot of time of ours in upcoming course. We'll be understanding each and every phase of the data into this tab. So any ODBC servers, if you have, you can take a data from the ODBC. Now, if you want to understand what is ODBC, I would say go on the Google, read about it. This is very easy concept available. I do not want to spend much time here to clear your database concepts, but these are the options available on a very high level. Okay. Then review is something where we'll not be working much of the time. View is helpful to whatever view is helping to us is to just keep grid lines and to remove the grid lines. Create a formula bar, remove a formula bar. Keep a headings, do not keep a headings. Why this is important? The moment you create a dashboard into an Excel, you don't want the grid lines to see at the back. You'll disable it. If you're not writing any formula, disable the formula bar. You'll be getting a more space to see a dashboard. Okay. If you don't want to show these headings to anyone, dashboards don't require the matrix format. Disable it. So you got a very blank space to create a dashboard. Now you can do anything here. Okay. So this is why the view show section is helpful to us when we create a dashboards. Okay. Developer is a tab which will help you to create the automation. It will help you to write a VBA code. Okay. This is all about the Excel. Okay. After this, if I come to the Save As tab, have you seen there are multiple options available for the Save As, like or the extensions of Excel? I'll just give you the overview of it. Let's suppose if I'm saving this file, okay? To save this file, I'll be having an option here. Let's suppose I'm under the data sets, okay? I want to save this book one file here. You can see that the save type is Excel workbook. The extension of this will be Excel SX, a regular expression of saving an Excel file. Okay. If you click here, these are the versions available by using which you can save your Excel file. Okay. Now, Excel workbook is by default. If you just say save, it is going to save into your Excel workbook. Then there is one option called as an Excel binary workbook. This is like with the extension of XLSB, okay, called as a binary workbook. What is the difference between things? The Excel workbook, let's suppose the file size is 60 MB. Okay. Excel binary workbook, the moment you save your file into this extension, the file size will come around 30-35 MB, almost like 50% reduction into the size of your workbook. Why it is happening? Because we all know that at the back end of the computer, there is a binary language runs in. So what the Excel binary workbook is doing, while saving only whatever data that you have on the Excel, that is converting that into a binary form and saving that file into an Excel SB format. So whenever the execution comes into a picture, your Excel will not spend time of converting that data to the binary because data is already stored into a binary form. Okay. So this XLSX workbook and XLSB workbook, the difference is only the file size and the execution speed. Into a data, the suggested one when you collect the data and save the data is an XLSB format or a CSV format. Okay, these are the a suggestion that we should save a file into. This will help us in terms of the faster execution and as well as in terms of the size of the data. Okay, good till here. Now, the next one is called as a CSV. Okay, this is called as a comma separated version. So the moment you export a data from any tool or any website, so the data which comes there, that is into a CSV format, a comma separated file. Why? Because it is not into a tabular format that you will be seeing. So let's suppose if I give an example of the Excel workbook. There may be a table, there are the colors available, there are the formulas available. So that is something called as an Excel binary or the XLSX. Comma separated means what? I only want to see a data. Even that is a comma separated one, that is okay. Let's suppose name, comma, employee ID, comma, city, comma, let's say the email ID. If I'm separating this data and saving in this format, which means I'm writing into one cell only. Which means, for example, if I'm collecting a data, I'm not writing this as ABC, then 411025, employee ID, or let's say the cities, let's say Pune, and whatever information. So this is a tabular information I'm generating. Instead of that, what I can do, so if my information is very specific, like employee ID, employee name, then the city, and then let's say an email ID. This is what is an information I have. So it's very simple. What I can do, ABC, comma, employee ID is 4, let's say 411025. Then city is Pune, then email ID is XYZ. Okay. And if I have this information saved like this till here, so what is happening? This information is comma separated. This is not taking a lot of space of mine. And if I want to export this information, convert into a tabular format, it is possible. So whenever you export any file which is available on the websites or any tool, you may see that this file is coming into the CSV format. Okay. So this is that the CSV format is available. And the moment you create your file and save into the CSV format, all the formatting that you do on the data will automatically go away. So if you're giving any colors to the title, making it bold, visible, highlighting some cells, everything will go away. It will save only the data available. So that is one of the reasons this is also an uh, useful file, because it runs very quicker compared to the binary workbook. Okay, good till here. Just giving you a heads up in terms of what things are available. And the last thing which is available called as a macro enabled workbook. Okay. Uh, Here you go. Where is the micro? Here, Excel macro enabled workbook. So what happens the moment you write any automation task into an VBA script? Okay. This macro writing is also the part of our session. Okay. The moment you write your macros and you want that code to be saved on the Excel worksheet, you need to save an Excel as a macro enabled workbook. So Excel will understand that on this workbook you wrote some macros at behind. So it will save those codes also. So this is called as a macro enabled. Okay. So on a very high level, where we are interested into, that is your binary and the Excel workbook. Okay. Then your macro enabled workbook. For this session, we'll be considering this only. So this is an normal CSV, comma delimited that you will be using, not the UTF one. Then you'll be using Excel workbook, binary, and the macro enabled. So these extensions will help you to understand or to improve the speed or the performance of the data. Okay. So a very basic thing whenever we say I want to copy paste the data to a different place. So what we usually do, we select the table. So this is something that I'm doing with my mouse. I'm saying Control C for copy, get going to the destination, and I'm saying Control V. So this is a simple copy paste. Whenever you want to copy paste the data, you'll be using Control C and Control V to copy paste. Okay. This is a very basic key. It is applicable everywhere in every tool. Okay. Not really only specific with Excel. Wherever you go, Control C and Control V is for the copy paste. Okay. So this is one thing that we'll be doing. Okay. Now let's suppose I mistakenly put the something here. We all know that we can do the undo of it. So just put Control Z. This will allow you to remove that the last action that you have performed. Okay. So the two shortcut keys that we have seen, that is Control C, Control V, that is copy paste, and the second was copy paste, and Control Z is to undo it. The people who are using MacBook, okay, there are separate keys available. So this file is available to the, so it was simple, Control C, Control V for copy paste, Control Z to undo the things. Okay. Then we have something like, let's suppose this is a data. Okay. And I want to add a new column to the data. So we have a name, subject, and CGPA. I want to add a column between the name and subject. Okay. I want to enter the data over there. So in usual cases, what do? We come here with the use of mouse. We select the column, right click. There is an option called insert. The moment I insert, I can see the new column got inserted. Okay. Same thing for the row. You select a row where you want to see a result. select that row, copy, sorry, click click on your mouse and say insert. You got a new row here. Okay. So this is something is a tedious task because every time you are coming here and inserting with the use of mouse. Let's suppose if you have a big data, like 30 columns are there. So every time that you will be scrolling up with the use of this mouse and then going there, clicking on the column, right click, insert. You can avoid this. Okay. So to add any new column, we have a shortcut key called Control Shift and Plus. So the moment you type Control Shift Plus, if your function keys are on, then Control Plus will work. Okay. If the function keys are disabled, then Control Shift Plus will work. This will add a new column to me. So you just have to select wherever you want to do that. Now, one more shortcut key. How I did select this column. So with the use of Control and space, you can select the column and say Control Shift Plus. It will add a new column to you. Control and space key to select a column, and then Control Shift Plus or the Control Plus to add a new column. Same way, if I want to delete, the Control minus will work. If you just say Control minus on the selected column, that column will get deleted. Okay. Same way it goes for the row also. Let's suppose I want a new row between the line number 8 and 9. I want a new row on the ninth location. So to select it from the shortcut key, you have to use a shift and space. So shift space will select your row, and the same thing you have to repeat Control plus and Control minus to add and delete. Okay, so to select a row, it is shift and space. To select, this is for select row. Select column, we have Control plus space. This will allow you to add a new column and to delete the new column. Same goes for the rows too. So this was very simple. Copy pasting a data, adding a column, removing a column, adding a row, removing a row. This is helpful because in Excel, it is suggested that let's not use a mouse every time because we need to navigate this to the multiple places. If you know the shortcut keys about the Excel, it becomes easy for your day-to-day operations. That you can just do everything with the use of the keyboard, and because you'll be writing the formulas with the use of keyboard, you are doing the analysis with the use of keyboard, applying the filters, removing the filters, sorting a data. So it is advisable that we will not be using a mouse, we'll be using a shortcut keys. There is one more thing. So every time you'll not be coming here with the use of mouse, you'll not be selecting the data. Now the data size is very less. So let's suppose that you have a big data with you, like 10,000 row items and 25 columns. In that case, selecting everything becomes little hectic. Then in that case, what you can do to select the entire table, just keep your cursor anywhere on the table. Click or use the key Control A to select the entire table. Now you can do the copy pasting of it. So this Control A is to select the entire table. This is to select table. You just have to come here, come anywhere on the data, press Control A. You can see that your entire table got selected. Now, after you give a try to this, Control A to select the data, let's suppose I want only name and subject to be selected till row number 10. So here your navigation keys will work. So up, down, right, left, these are the navigation keys available on your keyboard. So these will work. So these keys with the use of Shift and Control will play the role of selecting the required column and the required rows only. For example, I'm on the cell number A1 now. Okay, and I want to select this entire column. So what I'll be doing, Control Shift, I'll be pressing it. I'll be keep it pressed. With the use of this, I'm just using the navigation key. So Control Shift with that a down key is to select the number of rows. Same goes to select the column. If I just say right navigation key, it will select the entire column. Okay. So Control Shift down is to select the entire row, sorry, entire column. And if you just say Control Shift right navigation key, you could see that the table till the end got selected. This is to up. So with the use of this navigation keys, you can play of selection. Okay, this is a second scenario. Let's suppose I want to select only name and subject. Okay. So in that case, what I do, instead of clicking on Control Shift, I'll keep my Shift pressed, and then I'll select the columns till what column I want to select with the use of the navigation keys. Okay. So I came on the name, I pressed my Shift key, and then with the navigation, I selected the subject, then Control Shift pressed and down to select these two columns. Okay. So Shift is helping me to select one by one row or one by one column. With the use of Shift, if you use a control key, it is like going till the end of the results. So this is how you can use your navigation keys with the control and Shift. So there is one more thing called as a paste spatial. Okay. So what happens in the usual case is that let's suppose this is a data. Now this data is there with the formatting done. So the name in the the title in the yellow color. We have the table outlines given. Let's suppose I have highlighted science or specific CGPAs on the specific color ranges of it. I don't want to see anything out of it. I'm just concerned with the data. I'm not concerned with the formatting. Okay. This is one thing. Second, let's suppose if there is any formula wrote after this. Okay. I don't want to see even a formula. I'm interested in the result that formula is giving to me. Okay. So these are the two cases in where if you just do a normal copy paste, it will do similar copy and pasting. So it will do a lift and shift to the new place. I don't want to do that. I'm concerned with the data. I don't want to use the formulas again. What happens if you just copy paste the things to the new place? Formula has a reference. Now that reference gets changed. I don't want to do that too. So in that case, I have to use a paste spatial. So how to do that? So Control A to select the data. Control C is to copy. I want to see this result, let's suppose on line number N13, on a cell number N13. Okay. If I simply say Control V, you could see that entire data is getting copy pasted with the formatting and everything with it. Okay. Same, if the formula is available, formula will also get copy pasted. I don't want that. So the moment you copy paste the data to the new location, you can see that this control window is getting open. So this option is getting enabled. So this is a paste spatial option that we have. Okay. If you click on this, you can see that there are multiple kinds of space spatial values available. Okay. So if you use the values here, so you are copy and pasting only the values. This is what it does mean. Okay. If you just do a normal copy paste, it will take entire data, lift it from the place, shift it to the new location. Likewise, if you want to keep the formulas, number formatting, source formatting, you can use it. But where I'm concerned with in the data analysis is that the formula is written on the Excel. I don't want that. I'm just copy pasting the data. I don't even want the formatting done over there. So I'll say copy paste and convert this to the values. The moment I do that, it becomes an entire basic data with nothing done on this data. So it is easy to use to me compared to the formatting that somebody could have done on my Excel file. Okay. So this is the way where you can copy paste the data and convert that into the values. So there is a shortcut key for this. So just have to come here. Control A is to select, come to the new location wherever you want to paste this data and type Alt ESV and press enter. The same thing will replicate. So the shortcut key for copy pasting as a paste spatial as a values was Alt ESV. Okay, I've also written here. This is a shortcut key for a paste spatial. Okay, so now give a try on your system. I have just done Control A, copy, come to the new location, type Alt ESV. So now while typing Alt ESV, you do not have to keep these keys pressed. You can use one by one. Type Alt, sorry, press Alt once, then E, then S, then V. So it becomes very easy for you. So this is how the paste spatial is working. Let's move to the next one. There is one more shortcut keys. Now, assume that you have received a data like this. Now you want to, keep a border lines to it, give the color to the titles, and then apply a few formulas over here. So in that case, we have to use the shortcut keys. This is one type of work. Let's suppose the other people are doing the other type of work. Now, how many shortcut keys that you will remember? It is impossible that you can remember all the shortcut keys available here. So there is very easy way to identify a shortcut key, okay, in the Excel. So so if you see that any shortcut key, either it is starting up with the control or the alt, okay. Control and Shift are working with the navigation keys more. So adding, deleting, this kind of work. Alt is helping me to enable the shortcut keys. So if you see that I have pressed Alt from my keyboard, now you can see that there are the few keys got enabled at the menu bar. Now let's suppose I want to give the border lines to this table without using the mouse. What I will do, I'll select the table first. Okay. Now I want to understand what would be the shortcut key for giving the borders. It is very simple. Press Alt once, you can see that all the keys got enabled onto the menu bar. Now, where is that border line is sitting? That is under the home screen, under the fonts. Okay, this is a border where the number of borders are available. So I'll say H. So H got enabled. So I have entered into the menu bar of home now. Okay, under this you can see that this border line is giving me as a B as an the key. I'll say B. Now that has got open. Now I want to keep all borders over there. So now that is the A available. So I'll type A. You can see that, okay, all the borders to the table came into the picture. So what was the shortcut key? Select it, Alt HBA. It will give the all borders to my raw data what was available. Same way, if I want to fill the color, the yellow color available there, it is again simple. Alt H, then what is the fill color? That is H, and then there is a no fill option and there is a fill option. So with the use of more colors, you can go here with the use of the mouse keys, and then you can keep whatever color that you want. I want to keep a green. I'll say okay. So this is how you can develop or you can understand your own shortcut keys. Okay. So if you come to the filters, group by, subtotals, we'll be using many shortcut keys there. So maybe it is possible you'll not remember everything. So depending on the use case or the work that you are doing, you can identify the shortcut keys and can perform the operation by using the keyboard. Next tab here. So even if you want to switch the tab with the use of the keyboard, it is like page up and the page down key. So just press Control and page up, page down. You can toggle the number of worksheet available in the Excel. Okay. So this page up is to go to the first one, to the previous ones. The page down is available. Okay. Now here I have an option to do a sorting of the table. Okay. Now sorting can happen in two ways. Okay, based on the numeric values and based on the non-numeric values. Okay. Let's see. Let's suppose I have this data with me where the name, subject, and the CGPAs are given. Now I want to sort the entire column based on the CGPAs into an ascending or into a descending order. Okay. For that, these all operations like sort, filter, these are available under the data tab. So if you just click on the data tab, you could see that under the data, there is a sort and filter option. This will allow you to do the sorting of the data. Okay. So we'll be taking both the examples, sorting for the numeric characters and the non-numeric ones. Okay. Now, if I click on this sort, I could see that a new window gets opened. What I'm looking out for, I'm looking out for the sorting of the CGPAs into a descending order. So I want a highest first and then the lowest. As per that, your all the data should change. So that kind of sorting I'm looking out for. Now what I will do, there are three options available. Select a column, sort on, and the order type. Okay. I'll select the column. I want to do a sorting on the CGPA. Okay. Now it is asking me how you want to see ascending, descending. I want to see the largest to the smallest. I'll click on this. Now if I say okay, I could see that my entire data got restructured and it is giving me a sorting into a descending order. So 4.8 came first and then likewise till 3.4. Now this range is into a descending order. Likewise, if you again go to the sorting of it, you could see that the recorded one step that is still available. So whatever you keep on adding the levels to it, let's suppose one is that I want to filter the CGPA, and the second criteria is that I want to even filter the names. So you can add the multiple things over here under this sort option. Okay. Likewise, give a sorting to the name also. So let's suppose I want to sort only name, not based on the CGPA. It's simple. Come to the sort. Now you don't want this, so delete the level. So whatever level was available, I don't want to see that. I want to add a new level based on what? Based on a name column. Okay. Under the cell values, you have multiple options available. We'll be using values only. Now this name I want to see into a descending again, Z to A. Okay, if I say okay, I could see that the Xavier coming first and Albert is coming at the end. But my CGPA is not impacting. This is not filtering up because the sort that I applied, that is based on the names, where I would say I have a filter as an option. So let's suppose the sorting is very easy. Okay, even if you come here on the CGPA at the very front side, you can see the sort into the alphabetical order A to Z, Z and Z to A. So you just have to come here, click on this column, type Z to A to Z. You can see that the things are happening. But this is only the one column at one time you can do. If you want to do multi-column sort, this is available inside this. You can add any levels of the sorting inside the table. Okay, so this is how the sorting will work. Next thing which I have is called as a filter. Okay, now filter is something, let's suppose I want to see the marks of only Xavier. I do not want to see the marks of any other people. Okay, so in that case, let's suppose data is of the 1,000 line items, it becomes difficult to scroll the entire table and to check where it is. So instead of that, what you can do, you can keep a filter enabled. So now let's see what does it do. To enable the filter, there is an option here, filter. Click on this. After you click on this, you could see that there is a drop down coming here. Okay, so with the use of mouse, I'll simply come here, deselect everything, and simply select Xavier and say OK. Now you can see that only the marks of the Xavier are available. So this is applicable if you want to sort, if you want to filter the data and the data size is very huge. And if you're looking out only for the 2 or 3 results, then this is possible by coming over here. Another example, let's suppose if I have an employee data and there are 600 employees working in my organization. Now I have an employee code and there is a column available in my data also. So based on the employee code, I can only see the employees that I'm looking out for. So in this way, you can put a filter on the big data set and you can see your values. If I want to remove the filter, come here, click on clear the filter from name. The filter will automatically reset. Okay. Now, a shortcut key for this is Alt 8 key. So if you type Alt 8T, your filters will apply. If you want to remove the filters, again type Alt 8T. Now this Alt 8T is to add the filter and is to remove the filter too. Okay. Now there are multiple keys available to put a filter. So the first shortcut key that we have, that is Alt 80. The second shortcut key, if you just hover your cursor on the filters, you could see that there is a Control Shift L. Let me press this from my keyboard, Control Shift L. I could see that it may work for me. Okay. If it is not working, then Alt 80 is a key that will work for me to put a filters. So let's suppose I am here and on the column A, I don't want to use the mouse. So with the use of Alt and the down key, you can see that this box is getting enabled. And with the use of the navigation keys and the space bar, you can do the select and select uh, whatever that you want to select. Suppose I want to see the Albert and Ashish. I've selected it, type enter. You can see that it is got filtered. Okay. Again, I want to remove the filter, Alt drop down, clear the filter, come on this point, type enter. You could see that it has got enabled. What I'm looking out for is that a number greater than or equals to 4. So I'll simply come here. There is an option called as a greater than or equals to. I'll click on this. A new pop-up window will come. Okay. Here I would say greater than or equals to 4.0. So this is what I'm looking out for and say enter. Okay. Now this data is got filtered for the condition that you have applied. So if you just have a look under this numerical filters or the number filters, there are multiple things available like top 10, above average, below average, any custom filters, any between values if you want to select. Okay. So every operation that you want to do in terms of the numbers is available here under the number filters. Okay. So depending on the use case that you have in your day-to-day activities, you can use these filters to see the data that you're looking out for from the big amount of data. So this is how we are done with the sorting and filter. Okay. So the moment you are done, please remove your filters. It will help you to use this file again. Okay. So we have seen two operations now. One is sort and second was the filter. The sorting can be done with the multi-level. Even the filters, two filters are available, text filter and the numeric filter. Based on the criteria, you can use your filters to filter the data. Okay. Next, I'll go to the group by. Okay. So there are, let's assume now you have a very huge data with you. Okay. Let's suppose I have a name as a common factor here. Okay. So name of the people as a common factor, then the subjects are given. So these three subjects marks are given. After this, let's suppose there are three more columns which is giving the name, the details of the person. Like let's suppose I have an address here. Okay, address here. I have a pin code here. I have an employee ID here. Okay, now this is one more information available. So what is happening in my table, I'll be keeping this name as a common, and I'll be adding a multiple level information. Okay, so in that case, let's suppose I'll simply add a new column here. I don't want to add this. Okay, and now I'll and okay, so let's suppose this is my data. Okay, I want to group this data now. Why this is required? Let's suppose a huge data is available, multiple columns are available. I can create that minimize and maximize button on my Excel so that the moment I give this data to anyone, they could able to see a summarized data. And if they want to go in detail of something, they can click on the maximize button to click to see the details of it. Okay. For example, I want to group the marks here, so these three marks coming here, I want to group them together. Then the address, pin code, and the employee ID. This is a personal information I want to group. And at the top of this, I want to see that button where I could see click on minimize and click on maximize. Okay. So let's quickly see how to do that. So what I'll do, I'll select these three columns. I'll go to the data tab. Here under the outline, you could see that the grouping and ungrouping is available. Okay. So if I click on group, it is asking me what you want to group, either rows or columns. So these things are available in my columns. I'll say columns and say okay. Now you could see that this is a plus and minus button coming here. So this is giving me a maximize and minimize button. So I'll keep it like this in the first go. Let's suppose the second thing, I have an address, pin code, and employee code. I'll come here, select these rows, come to the outline, group, group, click on column. So you're doing a column grouping here. So this is a group that I have applied. Now you can see that if there is no space between the columns, it will take everything together. What I was looking out for is an separator between it. Okay. So there has to be a blank column in between, so that we will be using as a separator in Excel. Okay. So coming back to the same one previously, I'll simply come to the outline, click on ungroup, ungroup the columns. I can see that, one moment, ungroup columns. Again, come here, outline, ungroup the columns. Now we came to the base data. For example, if I have one more column here called as an XYZ, which is a separator between this group. So what you can do in this case, select these three columns, come to outline, group, click on column grouping. So this is first group. This is again the second group I want to make, outline, group, columns. Now you can see that there are two groups formed. Okay. So in Excel, if you want to form a groups by using the outlines here, so this has to be had a separator between the data. So if I click on this, now you could see that only a name and XYZ is available, and there is a minimize and maximize button. So if you click here, you could see the marks. If you click here, you could see the personal information. Likewise, if the number of columns are more, you can group it together based on the need that you have. And you can use this Excel file. This is more summarized way of using an Excel file. So this feature is useful the moment you have a lot of columns available, a lot of rows available, and if you want to group that data together, which is an ease to work on the data, you will not be scrolling an entire columns again and again. You can group it, keep it together as per the information. You can just click on the expand button, see the data. If not required, minimize the data. So in this way, you can do a grouping of the columns. Now the same way, the grouping of the rows will also work. Okay, on the similar fashion that we have done the grouping of the rows. For example, I want to put a grouping on these two rows, which is the first name and the second name. So I'll be repeating the similar process, but this time it is for rows. So I'll come to the outline, I'll click on group, and this time if I click on row, you could see that on the row side, there is an minimize and maximize button coming here. So the first two people have got grouped together. Okay, so let's suppose after that there is one common filter, and then fifth and sixth I want to do that. I'll be selecting an entire column. I'll be coming to outline, click on group, click on row group. Now you can see that there's a row groups are happening. So in this way, you can group the columns and you can group the rows. And if you do this two together, it becomes very easy to work on the Excel file, which contains a huge amount of data. So the next topic that I have, that is for the subtotals. Okay, subtotal is what? Let's suppose I have a data like this where the name, subject, and the grades are given. So for each name, their subjects are given into the rows and the respective grade is available. Now I'm looking out for the summation of grades for each name there. Okay, so the Sonam is there, the Ashish is there having the 3 subject marks. The Pragya is there having a 3 subject mark. Likewise for the Kaustubh and the Chinmay. So if you have a data like this, and if you're looking out for the subtotal at each break by the name, so it should do a break by here on each name, and it should take a subtotal of it. So in ideal cases, what could have done manually is that adding a new row, okay, writing a formula here is equals to sum. The sum is a summation of the things available. So select the sum. This is 13. Now the same thing will be repeating to the Ashish, coming here, adding up a new row, iterating the process. Okay. To avoid this, if you have a data and if you're looking out for a break by on a particular name or a subject or whatever column that is available, that subtotal of that break by, that we can take directly by using this outline option. Okay. So it's simple. Select the table where you want to apply a subtotal. Into an outline only, you could have seen there is an option of the subtotal. Okay, click on this. This pop-up will allow you to change the things as per your requirement. Now what I am looking out for, I am looking out for a summation of total. Okay, and that has to happen based on the names available here. Okay, so I'll simply say okay to this. Let's see what happens. Now you could see that the break by is automatically happening, and the total on each respective name as a break by, Excel has automatically identified and it is giving me the summation of it. So for example, if I take a summation of these three, what it is coming 13.4. So here also the data is matching. So this is a subtotal formula that Excel has already wrote automatically. This you could have written manually by choosing the things, but with the use of this outline option, you can take a subtotal of whatever kind of data that is available based on how many numeric columns that you want. Let's suppose after the grade, I have one more column for the marks. Okay. Then that also subtotal I can take. So this outline option, when I click on the subtotal, it allows me to select the summations that I'm looking out for. Okay, and that summations will be automatically seen into a subtotal. As of now, I had a grade, so I've selected a grade. So summation of grade is coming. Break by is automatically going on the names because we Excel will understand there is an iteration of the name that is happening. Okay, if I say okay, this is what is a subtotal coming in. With this, automatically you can see that the group by and ungroup by option is automatically coming. So if you keep your data like this, applied a subtotal, and this is the grand total. If somebody want to go in detail of this, they can click on this plus button. So now this is a subtotal of each names. I am only concerned with the name Pragya, and I want to see the summation of subject totals there. So you just have to come here, click on this button. You'll be seeing only the inner names and their respective marks. So like this, you can summarize your Excel file and keep it into more readable format by using these options available into a data. Okay. So this is what is all about the subtotal list. So I'll give you a couple of minutes. Try on your systems for this subtotal. This is available under the outline. Now let's suppose if I want to take a total of this entire column. So I need to type a sum as a formula. That is a common understanding, right? Everywhere if you want to take a summation, it is a summation. Similar way, if I want to write the summation into the cell number C17, I'm just clicking here on the cell number C17. Okay. How to write a formula? The formula starts with the equals to as a indicator to the Excel that you are writing a formula. Okay. Now equals to sum. Now these are the formulas which are related with the sum. Okay. Like sum if, sum product, and lot many things on the sum are available. Okay. Where I am interested into, I need to take a summation of the entire column. Okay, so I'll say sum. I'll pick this formula by using a tab key. Okay, after I type a sum, press the tab key, it will pick up the formula. Okay, now this sum is also called as a function. Okay, and these numbers that you can see here, number one, number two, this is called as an argument. Now, what are the arguments? Arguments is something that you're passing to the function. Let's suppose I want a summation, then it is asking me summation of how many numbers. So I'll simply go here, I'll select this entire sheet, entire column, which consists of the numbers here. So right from C2 to C16, this cell number I've selected with the use of the keyboard. Now I'll close this. You could see that 63.9 is a summation that is coming in. Okay. Now, if I put a filter, if I go here and if I click on the first name, that is Ashish, okay, you could see that the sum is not visible. What I want to see is that the moment if I click the Ashish into the filters, I could see a summation here at this line number, which is not available. If I come to the any next name, if I come to the next in my, the summation is not available. So summation as a formula that is only applicable without applying a filters. So this is a static formula. This is not a dynamic formula. With the use of filters, your formula is not changing. Okay. So I'll delete this for some time. Now you could have seen that there is this subtotal formula that was applied automatically. So I'll quickly show that. So I'll click on outline, subtotal, say okay. Now, the moment if I click here on each subtotal available, there is a subtotal as a formula that is getting applied. Okay. Let's see if we apply that formula, what happens. I'll remove the subtotals now. I'll come into the normal format. On the cell number C17 only, I'll write is equals to subtotal. Okay. Now this is a formula. I'll pick it up by using my tab key. Now it is asking me what kind of aggregation that you want to do. You want to take an average, count, summation, what? So I'm looking out for the summation. Now summation is there on line number 9. So I have to type 9 here, which means I am telling the Excel that I am looking out for a summation. Okay, comma. It is asking me reference 1, reference 2, reference 3, which means the numbers it is asking me. Okay, I'll simply come here. I'll select from C2 to C16. I'll close the bracket. Now I can see the same summation was coming as with the sum as a formula. It is giving the same answer. With the subtotal, it is giving the same answer. But the only change is that the subtotal is a dynamic formula. Okay. So I'll simply go here, put the filter and select the first name, Ashish. Now you can see that the subtotal is automatically appearing. Same thing, if I go here, click on Kaustubh, I can see that yes, the subtotal is automatically appearing. Now the same thing if I want to do on subject. If I come here, English, I got a summation of English of all these people. So this is how the dynamic formula works for the aggregations. This is called as a subtotal as a formula. Okay. And summation is one more formula, which is a static formula. It is not a dynamic one. Okay. So any formula that starts with an equals to as a sign, the moment you pass equals to, automatically Excel will understand you're writing the formula. Summation, that we wrote a formula at the bottom of it because we wanted a summation of all these numerics. Subtotal is a replacement. Now the subtotal can perform any operation that comes into an aggregation, that is being count, subtraction, division, summation, whatever aggregations are available. Subtotal has that facility that it can perform those operations, and these are the dynamic ones. So if there is a need of dynamic operations, you will be using subtotal as a formula. If there is a need of static operation, you'll be using summation as a formula. Okay. I hope I'm clear till here. Now I'll be moving to the next topic. Okay. That is a text to column. So we were speaking yesterday about a CSV file. So the moment you export a data from any website or any tool, most of the time you could see that data is coming into a CSV format. Now CSV is called as a comma separated version. If you could see here, this data, the moment if you pull this data for the name, age, address, phone number, and university from a website of, let's say, a college, then you could see that the data is stored in this way. So instead of occupying 5 columns and different rows, you can see that there are no rows, there are no columns. Everything related with the data is stored into one cell value. Okay. Now the same goes for the data inside that too. So the Tom is a name, 22 is an age, North Main Road is an address, there is a number, phone number given, university schooling. So like this, if you save a data, you could optimize a lot of space on the Excel. That is one of the reason. The moment you export a data from anywhere on any tools or into any websites, data is coming into the comma separated version. those files are called as a CSV files. So let's suppose if you get a data like this and you want to convert this data into a tabular format. Now this is not readable. So if I have the 100 lines like this, I could not able to summarize, I could not able to put a filter on name, I cannot put a filter on ages. Nothing is possible. Okay. So the very first thing what I need to do, I need to convert this data into a tabular format. Okay. Now that operation is called as a text to columns. Okay. So what I need to do, I need to select where I want to see a text to column. Under the data tab, under the data tools, there is an option called as a text to columns. Okay, I'll click on this. Now you can see that this pop-up window will appear. It is giving two options to you. One is delimited, second is fixed. Okay, let's suppose if I am on the fixed and if I click next, okay, it is giving me, allowing me a manual way of adding, the separator here. So if I click here, it is a name separator, age, very tedious one when it comes to a huge data. So I'll not be using a fixed in this case. So there is one more option called as a delimited. I'll click on delimited. I'll click on next. Now you can see that these are the delimiters available. So if the data is separated by a tab, a semicolon, a comma, a space, okay, or if there is any, let's suppose an underscore, if it is separated by, so you can use this qualifiers. So if let's suppose there is an underscore available, okay, so you just have to come here on the others and give the separator that you have. It can be any separator. It can be an and also a separator. If you have something like this, you can come to the others and add a separator. Or in the normal cases, you can select a comma. Okay. Now you could see that this is a preview of the data. So the age, the title and the respective data is got summarized as per the expectations. So the name was Tom, age is 22, this is the address, this is name, this is university. Okay. This is a preview that you will get after, before you apply this step on your data set. Okay. After that, if I click on next, I could see that I do not have to change anything over here. Just say finish to it. After that, you could see that data has got separated into the columns. I'll simply come here. I'll just, structure the data. This is not readable. So you can just select it and click anywhere on the screen or type Alt OCA. This is Alt OCA. This key is to, let's suppose this number is not visible. I want to make it visible. So I'll just select the entire data by using Control A and I'll type Alt OCA. So it will automatically figure out the space. So automatically the spaces are done here. Now this data that you are seeing on your screen, that is a readable format. So whatever data that will come next to this will be automatically converted into the tabular format. And this is a useful feature because most of the time data are coming into a CSV format. Now, if I want to make it more visually appearing, more formatted, so I'll simply come here, I'll come to the home tab, I'll apply the table border lines. To the title, I'll give a separate color. Okay. Now, this way I could see that, okay, this table is much into a readable format. So like this, if you have a data into a CSV version, you can convert that into the columns based on whatever separator that you have, and the data will come into the tabular format. So this is all about a text to columns. So this is how, based on the situations or based on the data that is available, you can use any function that you are learning right now. Okay, this is applicable to whatever data is data that you have into a CSV format. If you just want to take a total, subtotals, slice and dice of the data, put a filters on it, do a sorting of the data. These are the basic functions that you may see that you are doing on day-to-day basis. Okay, so this is what we are learning, the basics of the Excels. Okay. Next, there is one more example called as a remove duplicates. Okay, most of the time it may happen that you are collecting a data, the data is available, but there are duplicate entries in the data. So that can be removed when before analyzing the data. So the very first thing that you will do is the moment you have a data with you, you will check, do we have a duplicates there or not? So if you have a duplicates there, the first thing that you will do is to remove it. After that, you can analyze the data. So without looking at the data, if you don't look at the duplicate values, it may happen that the numbers that you are seeing, that those are mismatched. Okay. So the basic, the steps that any data analyst will follow into a cleaning of the data is that he'll first remove the unnecessary columns. Let's suppose I'm doing a sales analysis and I have lots of personal information of the customer. I don't need it. I'll delete those columns. I'll keep only the columns I need. After that, the second step that I'll be doing is to check the duplicacy of the data. If there are the duplicates available, remove the duplicates in the first go. This way, you'll be getting a clean data to do the analysis. Okay. Now, let's take an example of the single column duplicate and the multi-column duplicates. Okay. Let's suppose this is the names available, and let's assume that these are 100 names available. So with the use of the scroll, you may not understand, do we really have a duplicate or not? So looking here, you may understand that, okay, the Ashish and Ashish, this is a duplicate entry happening. Okay. I want to remove this duplicate. So it is very simple. Select the column, go to the data tab. So here you can see that there is an option called as a remove duplicate. If you're using a version which is 2019 and below, you may see the remove duplicates name written over there. Into the recent version, there is no name, it is only icon that you can see. Okay. So in this icon, if you click, this window is appearing. Okay. You just have to say okay. Now you could see that this pop-up window is saying to you that the duplicate has been removed, and there are the 7 unique values available. So in total, those were 8. Now there are 7 unique available and one duplicate is automatically removed. So in this way, you can remove the duplicates from a table. Okay. Now you can see that only Ashish is available. So this is the first example. Second example, let's suppose you have a multi-column data. Okay. This case was just for you to understand how to remove the duplicates. But in the usual cases, what we could see is that the entire row is got duplicated. For example, mistakenly, your data set is iterating the loop again and again, and it is giving the first row as a duplicate every time it is appending a data. That time you can see that entire data that can be duplicated. Or else, let's suppose you have given a task to your colleague stating that take the files of the day wise transaction files and consolidate it for me. So while doing this iterative task, he forgot that he has used one file twice, copy pasted the similar information twice. Now as a consolidated file, you'll be getting a data, and there one file was duplicated and that is being copied twice. You want to remove the entire data that has got duplicated. So in that case, you just have to select the data. So in my case, I would see that what is duplicated here is the name sonam. So this entire data, if you can see, including the numbers, this is entirely duplicate. Okay. And if I want to remove the duplicates from here, I need to select a table. Same way, go to the data, remove the duplicates. Now in this case, it is taking all the columns. So it is preparing a unique value based on all the numbers here. So based on this, you can see that everything is duplicated, and that row is also you can see that we have already highlighted. So let's see, does it remove that row? So if I click on this, you could see that one of the row has got. So here the 2 rows were available with the duplicate values, and there are now 8 unique values available. So in this way, you can remove the multi-column duplicate based on the criteria that you have. Quickly, if I want to remove the shortcut from here, so what is the very first thing that I'll do? I'll select the table. Okay, I'll select the only table from where I want to remove the duplicate. Then I'll type Alt. After that, I know this is available under the data, so I need to click on A. Okay. After that, you can see that after A, there is an M option to remove duplicates. Okay. If I type M from here, pop-up window will appear. Say OK to this, and the duplicates have been removed. So you can use a tab key to come to an OK and press Enter. So Alt AM is a shortcut key. A plus M to remove the duplicates. So likewise, any operation that you are doing, if you want to identify a shortcut key for this, you will be doing the same steps by clicking on the Alt. Okay. So the next concept is called as a data validation. Okay. So now let's understand what is a data validation. In what cases do we need to use the data validation? Okay. Let's take an example. Okay. If you're collecting a data, okay, you have given this Excel file to the people, and you want them to fill the data in your Excel file. So it happens into a day-to-day usual cases. Let's suppose you have some production going on, okay, and on each hour, if somebody is doing some work, you want them to update the Excel file, okay. Now, let's suppose if they are updating an Excel file, and if something vague is coming in between, okay, you want to avoid it. You can avoid that by using the data validation, which means that let's suppose only 10 people are working for my team. And I want to give an option in the drop down to choose a name of only those 10 people. So only entry of those 10 people will appear. Okay, the other entries will not appear. So that kind of list, that is a custom list if you want to create, that is possible by using a drop down. Which means that, let's suppose if this is an Excel file and somebody is entering a name here. So let's suppose the same names that we have used here. So first name was Sonam. So if somebody is typing Sonam here, so instead of typing a name, it can be a little messy if people are using upper cases, lower cases, standard cases. You want to make it unique across. So you'll be giving a drop down here to the people so that they can only select their name and start entering the details over there. This is one kind of data validation. The second kind of what, let's suppose you're collecting a data and people are entering address as ABC. Not acceptable. Address cannot be like a 3 letters or the 4 letters. Minimum address that you would see anywhere, that would be minimum to minimum 10 letters. And maximum also you want to put a cap over there. Say that do not enter the long address. You just want to see a few characters from which area you are and which is the city of yours and which is the state of yours. Okay. So in that case, you are limiting these characters, like minimum 10 characters has to be there in the address and maximum 50 characters. So if the person is entering ABC just for the sake of filling the form, it will not accept. It will tell it to the user that fill the entire address. So likewise, you can make a standardized Excel file. The moment you make it and then give it to the people to fill the Excel file, you will be getting a correct result. So why we are doing this into a data is that if people are not filling a correct Excel sheet, your analysis will go on the toss because you'll not be having a correct data available. So to collect a data, you need to make some standardizations, and the moment you make that, you'll be getting an accurate data with you. Okay. One more example. Let's suppose I create this Excel file to get the product dates. So I want the product manufacturing dates between October's only. So this is a file of October. Hypothetically assume that this month we are recording a data of the October month. And I want people to enter the product date or the product manufacturing date here. That should be in the month of October only. So this may happen that, let's suppose I have this date format. This is a local time that I have, okay, into my own laptop. This is says this is MMDDYY. Now people got confused. They are entering DDMMYY. So my system is not understanding that date type. So likewise, if I want to, keep that structured, that you have to enter the DDMMYY or the dates has to be in the month of October only. Do not enter anything from the December month. So likewise, you can give the validations to your data. So the moment people are entering the data, they'll get an error for the false data enter. And if data is entered as per your expectation, Excel file will accept that data. Okay, are we good till here? How to do this? Let's suppose I have a whole number. Okay, I want to keep this whole number into the ranges that I'm looking out for. So let's suppose that I have created an invoice number, okay, starting with 1000 and ending on 5000. So these are the invoice numbers available, and I can accept any number between this. This can be any number, okay. Alphanumeric number can also be put into the data validation. But for time being, let's assume that the number that I want user to enter on this file that starts with 1000 and ends at 5000. Okay, that can be the range that we have. So to apply this, what we have to do, select then area where you want to apply the data validation. Now click on the data. Under the data tools only, the last option available is called as a data validation. Okay, this feature allows you to create this. Now click on this feature. You'll be getting this pop-up window. Here you can see that there are multiple drop downs available. Okay, one is the whole number, decimal, list, date, time, anything that you want to collect a data in whatever format is available here. So what I'm looking out for is a whole number. I'll click on the whole number. Now here there's an option like number starts with, ends with, greater than, equals to, between. So what I'm looking out for now is that I want to accept the number between 1000 to 5000. So the minimum value I need to enter here as 1000, maximum value 5000. Okay, this is a criteria that I'm giving to the data validation. I say okay to this now. Okay, now in this free space, if I enter 500, I'm getting an error. It says that 500 is not accepted number. Or if I enter 1500, it is coming in the ranges that I have mentioned. So my Excel is accepting that number only. If by mistakenly someone enters 10,000 instead of 1000, let's say this is 10,000, okay, it will not accept the number. So it will throw in error. So whatever data that you are getting after putting a data validation will be an accurate data that you're looking out for. Okay. This way you can use the data validation for the whole number. Now, let's go for the text. Now, the similar example of the address. Okay, address cannot be less than less than 10 characters. Or if you don't want to accept very big detailed address, then you can customize the levels of it. So I would say minimum 10 characters has to be there, and maximum 50 characters has to be there in the address. Okay, so for that I have to just come here, select the address column wherever I want to put a data validation. You can even select the full column if you are collecting a data in the sequential manner. Okay, this can be applied to the entire column too. But as of now, let's say I want to put this address here. Repeat the process. Instead of taking the whole number, now this is a text operation that we are doing. Okay, so this will come to the text length. Similar way, what is the minimum text length is 10. What is the maximum is 50. Okay, now I'll say apply this. Let's do the cross validation. If I enter a number here, it is not accepting. If I enter an ABC here, it is not accepting. And if I say a couple of characters till, let's suppose, to satisfy the 10 numbers, it will accept. So likewise, as you are putting the validation for the numbers, same way it can be put to the text too, by using this text as an operator there into the data validations. Okay, give a try for this. Now everywhere we are using, if you could see, we are using between as an operator. Okay, so instead of that, you can use any other operator as per the convenience that you have. In the address, if I type road number 89 and then XYZ colony, likewise the address will be. So this is a text value. It can accept any alphanumerics, also the special characters too. So if you want to write the pin code as pin code hyphen, and then you are typing this 411001, it will accept in the address. So that is what is an expectation also. Done. Pretty simple to apply the validation on the dates, because again we are using the similar between as an the filler there. So I'll quickly give you the demo of it. Selecting the entire cells where I want to see the data validation, clicking on the data validation, simple, select a date range. Now this date range that you are mentioning here, that will be following your local date here. So in my case, it is like MMDDYY. So that is my local format. In your case, it may be like MMDDYY. So depending on that case, you'll be writing the start date and the end date. So for me, it is like 10/01/2025 is the start date, and then 10/30/2025 as my end date. So if I type this and if I get a today's date, it is accepting. And if I come here and remove the 10 and add the 12th of December, it will throw me an error. Okay. So likewise, you can put the data validation on the dates too. So this is a good feature that we have instead of for the dates also, that we can customize as per our requirements, and we can ask the people to enter it correctly. And if you want to make it more informative, then the features are available here, like the error and the input message, you can still use them. Okay. Now there are couple of things available here called warning, information, and the stop. Okay. So let's suppose I'll come to the whole number. I know that I have entered like 1000 to 5000s. I'll come here. I'll come to the error alert. Stop means what? It will not accept. It is as simple as that. And let's suppose warning. If I keep a warning here instead of saying as a stop as an information as an error. Okay. And if I say okay, now, if I type 500, I'll be getting a warning here. Now it is giving me an option that do you still want to continue? If I say yes, it is accepting that 500. So in the previous case, it was not accepting. What it has done, it has given me a warning first that you are not entering the value that was expected. And if I say yes, accept this one time, it has accepted, and still with the same data validation, I can see 500 available. Okay, so this kind of customizations also you can do with the error message window. This option ignore blank. Let's suppose if somebody do not enter anything over there, it will still accept. Okay, if the address is not entered, we are accepting it. So that is what is an ignore blank. And if somebody says just enter the spaces here just for the sake of entering and data, so now the spaces will also be considered as in text. Okay, so if somebody enters like 10 times space over here, okay, it is accepting the data too, considering that this is a text available. So one last point remaining here, called as a drop down list. Okay, so let's suppose I want to create a drop down list here of the people and their names. So for example, I have these names available. Okay, and I want a data validation here, and this will allow user not to write anything, is that will allow user to select the things from the validations. That's it. So now that is called as a list. Okay, let's say I want a drop down list here. I'll select the cell values where I want to see this. I'll click on data validation and I'll click on list. Okay, now it is asking me a source. There is no value between the starting from, end with, between. Nothing is available. It is a source. Whenever I say a source, which means that there has to be this range somewhere written on my Excel file. So I know it is written on my remove duplicates column, worksheet. I'll simply come here and select all these names here. Okay. Now you can see that is equals to remove duplicate is a worksheet name, and A2 to A8 is what is a reference that is coming there. Okay. I say okay. Now here you can see there is a drop down coming in. I can only select the name from here. So instead of this, if I type XYZ, it will not accept that name, because there is a validation that I'm putting is to select only something out of this. Okay, this is helpful for the people. Let's suppose 10 people are working on the respective department and you want to collect the data for only 10 people only, and this worksheet by default goes to someone else. He tries to fill the data, it will not accept. Okay, this goes as a department wise only. I want to collect the data for the sales and finance department. I'm putting a validation here. Select from which department you are and then type or fill the information, something like that. Okay, so this is a list available into the data validation. This is the most useful feature that is available. Let's start with the conditional formula that we have. So if is a condition. Okay, so if you understand what is a if is always a condition. So the formula itself tells us that if condition matches, then what? If condition don't matches, then what? Okay, so whenever we write any formula, we know that starts with equals to. So I'll type equals to. And if you see the data set which I have for today, that is like the similar data set we are using till now, which is the dates, order ID, product, salesman, region, number of customers, sales, and profit. Okay. What is a condition that I have? If my profit is greater than 1000, then I want to see in this column, this is a perfect. Okay. Or else I want to see that we need to focus. So if the profit is less than 1K, so those entries where we need to focus. And if it is more than 1K, then that is perfect. You are making a good profit. Okay. So this is what is a condition I have. So for that to write this perfect and need to focus in the column I need to type a formula which is called as a conditional formula. Okay. Now if is a condition, so what I will do, I'll just simply say is equals to if. Okay. Now, the moment I type if, I could see the four formulas are coming here. So if error, if NA, and multiple ifs. Okay. So when, let's suppose if you are using a formula first time and you don't know what does that formula do, you'll be getting a definition here next to the formula. This is how an Excel is interactive with you. So if checks whether a condition is met and returns one value if true and value if false. So this is what the if do. If I'll simply scroll it to the next formula, I could see if error. So there is a definition of if error coming in. If NA, multiple ifs. So this is what is a definition. Just by reading a definition, you'll understand. Okay. Now I would say if is a function, and now each function has an arguments to it. So whenever you write any formula, if you just read what is coming here as a suggestion to you, you'll understand every formula available in the Excel. You just have to focus on that, what it is asking you to pass. So if you pass the correct numbers, your Excel will understand the correct numbers and it will execute the correct numbers. If you do not follow this, and if you try to mug up the formula, you will end up writing the incorrect formula. Okay. So this is a key of writing any formula in Excel. So whatever is coming into the function arguments, you just have to follow and pass the correct numbers to it. You will end up calculating the correct number. Okay. Now, as my condition was to check does my profit is greater than 1000. Okay, so this is the condition I have. So what I'll do in the logical test, the condition is this cell number, which is H2, is greater than 1000. So I'll simply type 1000 into the numerics. Okay, now if this condition matches, then what I need to see in the output, the perfect as a keyword. So if I type perfect directly, your Excel will not understand what does a perfect mean. So that has to be always into the quotes. So in the quotes, I'll type perfect. Okay. So this is the value if true, which means that if my H2 is greater than 1000, then only I want to see a perfect. If it is not greater than 1000, then comma, it is coming as value if false. So I need to pass the third parameter here, which says need to work or need to focus. So that is also comes under the inverted commas. So I'll say need to focus. Okay. So these are the values I have passed. After this, I do not have anything to pass that I could see into the formula bar. So what I'll do, I'll simply close the brackets. I'll say done. And I will drag the formula to the bottom. How to drag the formula? Multiple ways are available. Okay. Come here, double click at the corner of the cell. It will copy paste the formula, or else come to the bottom, control shift up and control D, which is to drag the formula. This is also one, or you can just copy paste the formula into the remaining cells. Three options are available. Depending on whatever is easy for you, you can choose it the one. So copy paste in terms of the huge data comes up with a lot of limitations. So I prefer to use the control D to drag the formula. Okay. Now, as an outcome, I could see that if my value is greater than 1000, I could see the perfect is coming. And if the value is greater than smaller than 1000, I could see that, okay, the need to focus name is coming out there. Okay. So the moment I have this one, if I just filter how many numbers or how many products are there where I need to focus or which are perfect one, I'll be getting an easy count of it. So this is how the if is used. So next is something called as a conditional formatting, which is available on your home tab. Okay. Under the home tab, under the style sections, you could see the conditional formatting is available. Let's take a walkthrough of it and we will see what we can do with this. Okay. So the first here, where you can highlight the cells or the columns by using the greater than, less than, between numbers, equal to numbers. Okay. Or anything that the text that contains the dates which are reoccurring again and again, or the dates that you're looking out for. Okay. If you want to highlight the duplicate values, it is available. Okay. Top and bottom rules where it takes like if you want like top 10 people, top 10 percentage of the numbers are available, bottom 10 items, bottom 10 percentages, it is available. Okay. If you want to just simply show like the profits above average and below average, this is also available here. Okay. And then you can make your own custom rule too. Then in the color scales, we have a different color scales available. You can either use these color scales or you can make your own color scales depending on the number, the color formatting that you want to see. Okay. Then we have all the icon sets available, like the directional shapes, indicators, ratings. You can use this. Either you can also use the star ratings too, just to show that how your numbers are looking. What is like the 3 star means like a middle rating, the high stars means like it is a good rating. You can use the signal operators, directional operators. Everything is possible to use it from here. Okay. It becomes easy because the moment this icons comes next to your data set, user do not have to go anywhere. Looking at the icon, only user will understand what this number is exactly all about. Okay. Then we have a custom rules. If you want to write your own formula, you can write it from the custom rules. So this is how the conditional formatting features are available. We'll be seeing all of this feature one by one. Okay, so the first example which I have, I need to identify the duplicate order IDs. So if the order ID is a duplicate, I don't want to remove it. I just want to highlight this. So in this activity, we are not removing anything. We are just highlighting, making a changes on in the look and feel of your data, which comes by using a conditional formatting. So what I'll do, I'll select the inner data. I'll not select the entire column. So what happens is that this order ID, which is written into the text number, Excel automatically converts that into a binary value. So if you take any of the headers, you will come up or you'll end up seeing that the title is also getting highlighted. I don't want that. So what I'll do, I'll select the inner values of it. So I'll come to the column B, order IDs. I'll select the inner order IDs. Okay. Then I'll go to the conditional formatting, highlight cells. Here I can see the duplicate values available. I'll just click on this. Now this pop-up window will appear. It is asking you what operation that you want to do. So underneath of this, there are two options: show unique values or show duplicate values. As I was looking out for a duplicate values, I'll say duplicate. Now here there are multiple color options available. By default, it will be with the red value, and then you can change this color as per the convenience that you have. I'll keep as it is. I'm not making any change into this pop-up. I'll say OK. I'll simply go up. I could see that this 111 is a duplicate value which is coming into my order IDs. So if I simply put a filter here, and if I put a color filter, so the moment you have a colors to it, you could see a color filter available. If I simply say filter by this color, I could see only the duplicate items that I have highlighted. So this is how it is helping us to identify a duplicate data from the huge amount of data. What does a remove duplicate do? It removes duplicate and keeps the unique values. Here with the conditional formatting, we are just highlighting the values. So that's the difference between these two. So the next example which I have, it says highlight the north region. So this is a region, north region into the yellow and the west region into the green. Okay. So here we need to perform the action twice. Let's see how to do that. So it is saying highlight the north into yellow. So what I have to do, come here again, highlight. I do not have any greater than, between, less than. So what it is saying, if my region is equals to north, then this. If my region is equals to XYZ, then that. So this is something which is comes under the equals to. So I'll type equals to. Now it is asking me format sales equals to. Okay. So if this column is equals to north, I'll type north here manually. Okay. You can see the reflection at the background of the data. Then in that case, I want to see the yellow color. So here in the option, you have a yellow color. Okay. So I'll say okay. So this is the first step that I've applied. Now the question is still not end. It is asking me west into the green. So need to repeat the procedure again for the green. So I'll come here, conditional formatting is equals to green. Sorry, no. If it is the region is west, then I need to see the green into the colors. Okay, I say okay. Now at the output, you can see the all the north regions are into the yellow and all the west regions are coming into the green. So this is how you can make your own provisions in your data set. Okay. Last question, where the net sales is greater than 10,000, then green, and if it is less than 10,000, then red. You have to select the net cells, the inner values of it. Home tab, conditional formatting. If the value is greater than 10,000, so I need to type the 10,000 here. So I'm typing manually. If value is greater than 10,000, then it is good. I'll make it into the green. Okay, this is the first one that I have applied. The second condition, if my value is less than 10,000, then I want to see that into the red color and say okay. So looking at this column, it becomes very easy to understand how many numbers are less than 10,000 and greater than 10,000. So if I want to count like how many, like less than 10,000, how many entries are available or how many products are available. So I just have to come here, put a color filter on the red. I could see the count is coming around 1072. So out of the 1300 that I have, 1072 counts are less than 10,000 and greater than 10,000 is only 251 entries. So this is how it is helping me. And also, if you give this kind of worksheet to anyone to use, the people will easily understand what's going on in your data. So this is how the conditional formatting is useful. Okay. Cool. I'll go to the next one, which is the conditional formatting. The second one, which is called as a data bars. Okay. Here under the conditional formatting, the second option was the data bars. Then we have a color scales and the icon sets. So this section is useful to show the numbers with some of the gradient scales with the icons or with the data bars available. Okay. Let's see one by one. What is a data bar? So what I will do, I'll simply select the net cells column. I'll go to the conditional formatting, data bars. I'll choose the first one, not do anything else. You could see that under this number, you can see there is a gradient line which is coming at the background. Okay. I'll put a sort here on the net cells from, let's say, largest to smallest. you could see that this number which is coming here denoting everything to me. So even if I hide this number, the inner number, so if I simply come here and if I say no fill, sorry, here, let's say a white color, or yeah, let's take a white color. So without looking at the numbers, I could see that looking at the gradient lines, how the numbers are going. Is it going into a downward trend or it is going into an outward trend? So how it is useful, I'll simply remove this formatting. Okay, so this is how the original number set was. So 7164 comes into the average of the number. Okay, 2520, this line number, this is coming into the lowest side of the number. So if I have a data bars which is coming with my number, I do not have to even read the number. Looking at this visual only, I'll understand everything. So this is one part. This is showing a gradient lines. So if I again come to the data bars and if I use a solid lines, it becomes more visually appealing. And if I simply change the color code of it, so without even looking at any color, I could understand the data bars which are showing here and how the performance is going on in terms of numbers. The number which you could see on your screen, is it on the lower side of the net cells or on the higher side of the net cells? Okay, so in this way your data bars can be customizable. So if you come to the data bars, you have all the options available. Let's say I want to keep these net cells into the yellow bars. I'll keep this into the yellow bars and my profit into the green bars. So I'll simply come here, profit into my green bars. So in this way, I can use the multiple data bars and show it to the user. So let's suppose if user is seeing this table, user could able to see that, okay, on the 1st of January, the net sell was average, but the profit was less, which means the cost was more. Okay. Same goes for 5th of January. I could see that this number is more than average because of the data bar is going beyond the 50% of it, but my profit is less. On the 2nd of January, I could see my net sales was average, but my profit is high. So in this way, I can able to read the data just looking at the data bars. So this is how the data bars are helping us. Let's go to the next one. Okay. First of all, I'll clear the rules that I've applied from the entire worksheet. So I can go ahead and apply the color scales, next part of the conditional formatting. Okay. Now the color scales are useful because here your entire data will be scanned and it will be given into the color ranges that you want. Okay, let's suppose the first color scale which is available by default, which is a combination of yellow, green and red, which is a basic color combination we everyone will understand. Okay, green means it is much more better, red is worst, yellow is an average. Okay, so let's suppose if I use this color scale on my net cells, let's see what happens. Okay, I have the numbers which are getting converted to the color scales. Just for the better visibility, I'll sort this number into the smallest to largest. Okay. Now you could see that all the colors you can see on the screen are starting with the red. So the lowest number that will come with the red. And the moment you go ahead, you can see that the yellow is getting changed. So red to yellow in the color scale. And then it is converting more on the green side. So the higher number is, which is very bottom number, 1326 line number, it is showing me into a green number. So it is a green color gradient available. Okay, I'll just put Control Z. So now looking at this data, I could easily see that the 71646520, I have average numbers. 25 is very low number. 11,000 is the highest number. So I'm not identifying what is the highest number, what is the lowest number in terms of the net cells. The value, the color itself shows the reference to the value, how it is useful. Now, this is one condition where I'm using this gradient scale of the three colors. Okay. You can use multiple color scales available here. You can use a single color scale. You can use the color scale of the different colors. The moment you go to the more option, you can use your own color scales here. Okay. Of your own colors that you're looking out for. But I think whatever is given by an Excel, it is more than sufficient for anyone to read. Even if you use this red, yellow, and green color scale, this will give you much more clarity in terms of numbers. Okay, this is how the color scales are useful. So I'll quickly take the last option, which is called as an icon set. So I'll remove this conditional formatting. I'll come to the clear rules. clear from the entire worksheet. Now the last part which is available, that is called as an icon sets, which means that, let's suppose if I select the net sales value, if I come to the conditional formatting, I can use any icons available here. Okay. For time being, I'll use this icon, the first one, arrows. Now these icons are coming next to the numbers that you have. Okay. Now looking at this also, it becomes easy to see that, okay, these are the moderate number, this is a low number, this is the high number. Okay. But let's suppose you want to customize this as per the range you have. For example, I want to see the values greater than 8,000 into the green, then between 5,000 to 8,000 into yellow, and less than 5,000 into the red. So this is my own condition that I want to put in. Okay. So for that, what I have to do, I'll simply come here. I'll select this entire column. I'll go to the conditional formatting. I'll click on manage rules. The moment you click on the manage rules, this window will appear. Now here you can see the rule is applied by default. Okay. Three options are available: new rule, edit, and delete. So I'll edit this rule because I'm putting my own condition here. Okay. Now here you could see that these arrows are getting applicable based on the percentage method. So it is taking highest 67%, 33%, and the middle percent. Okay, as an average. So when it is less than 33, you could see red. When it is between 33 to 67, it is yellow. And when it is 67% and above, it will take automatically green. So this is a by default method available. Now we are mostly looking out for a customization. So instead of percentage here, in the drop down, I could see the number available. So number, any formula or percentile, everything is available. I'll click on number, both. Okay, because this is an I want to see the more than 8,000 into grade number. So this is a number I'm giving. So green value, if my value is greater than and equals to 8,000, then I want to see a green. Then if it is less than 8,000 and if it is greater than 5,000, then I want to see this yellow arrow. Okay. And the last part that comes automatically, less than 5,000, that has to be the red arrow. I'll say okay. I'll say okay. Now you could see that few arrows have got changed. So the if the value is between 8,000 to 5,000, it will show the yellow, sorry, the red, sorry, yellow value. So 6,000, this number, I'll simply highlight it once for you. Okay. These are showing you the yellow icons because it is coming into this range. More than 8,000, everything has went into the green arrows. Okay. And less than 5,000, everything has went into the red arrows. So this is how you can even customize as per your requirement without using the default values here. Then only one last thing that is pending from the conditional formatting. Okay. That is the custom conditional formatting. Okay. I'll simply take this if condition a letter at the bottom. What is the question that I have? Question is to highlight the rows where the profit is greater than 4,000. Okay. So till now, what we were highlighting, that was a cell numbers or selecting a column and applying the numbers on it. In this case, what do we need to do? I want to highlight an entire row where my profit is greater than 4,000. Okay. How to do this? So as a I would say as a solution to this, we can write a formula. Okay, we can write a custom number formatting or the custom conditional formatting by using which we can pass the formula. Okay, so condition is what? Condition is to check, does my profit is greater than 4,000? If that is greater than 4,000, then say true. If it is not, say false. Okay, this is what is an input that we need to pass to the conditional formatting compiler. Let's quickly type the formula outside the conditional formatting. Okay, so the formula will be is equals to if logical test is what? If my profit is greater than 4,000. Okay, if it is matching, if this condition matches, then it is true. If it doesn't match, the condition is false. Okay, so this is what is an formula is all about. I'll drag the formula to the bottom. You can see that in this case, line number 13, the condition is matching. My profit is greater than 4,000. In the rest of the cases, it is not matching. So wherever it is coming true, I want to highlight that into a green, entire green, the row into the green color. Okay. So this is what is an outcome I want to see. So the moment if I type the formula, I could see that yes, it is happening. So the same formula, if I write it into the conditional formatting, there is a chance that we could see the green line on the values that I'm looking out for. Okay. So I'll simply copy this formula, the same formula that we have written. With a dollar sign given, I'll explain you what does that dollar sign means to you. Okay. I'll simply select the inner values. I'll not select the entire table by using a control A. Okay. I'm selecting the inner values of the table. I'll come to the conditional formatting. I'll click on new rule. Okay. Under the new rule, the last option here says use a formula to determine the format. I'll click on this. Now here it is giving me an option to write the formula. I'll copy paste the formula here. Okay. Where I'm checking the column H here from H2 to all the bottoms of it. Okay. Then the moment if this formula comes true, what color that you want to see, that is available into the format option here. Okay, I'll simply click on format. So here the number, font, border, everything is available. I'm concerned with the fill option of it. So I'll take the green color from here. I'll say okay. Unfortunately, it didn't apply. Just a moment. Condition formatting, clear the rules, and formula, say into this green, value true, value false. It has to be with the is equals to sign. Okay. Now you could see that yes, wherever the values were coming true, only those lines got highlighted with the color that I have given. So only these lines have the profit which is greater than 4,000. So this is how you can use the formulas inside a conditional formatting. Now this is called as in logical functions. As I was saying about the and or. So and or, these two are the logical functions available. Okay. And means what? Whenever we pass an and as a statement to anything, where we are saying yes, both the conditions are correct, where I'm saying that is an and. Or means what? If one of the condition is correct, we are still okay to go. Okay. Let's understand this by using the formula. Okay. Now, this is a question that I have, okay, which says that if my net sales is greater than 10,000, I want to give a commission of 5%. So I want to show the 5% in the commission. So this is column F, where the commission percentage is going to come. And this is a criteria for me. Now, first criteria is very simple to meet. So if the condition is this, then 5%. But then I have a second criteria too, where I am seeing that if my net sales is greater than 5k and less than 10k, then the commission rate is 2.5%. And the last condition which is remaining is that less than 5k, 1.5%. Okay. Now, logically looking at this, do you think that it is possible by using a single if condition without even looking at the if the hint that I have given? Just apply your logic. So these three conditions are available, and what does my if provides to me? It gives me a single logical test. So I can check either this logical test or this, which means that a single if condition will not be sufficient to meet the requirement that I have, which means that I have to use a multiple if conditions. How? In the first if condition, I'll be checking greater than 10,000. Second if condition, I'm checking this condition that I have. And in the else part of any condition, I'll be checking this 5,000. So which means that I need to use a multiple if statements. Now, this single is possible because I have one condition to provide. So I would say if my cell number D2 is greater than 10,000, possible. But when it comes to two conditions that I need to pass, there I need to use a logical operator because these two conditions cannot be passed into a single formula. And I cannot write a multiple formulas for it. So this is how it is. This is how this logical operators are coming into picture. Okay. So let's write the formula together. What I will do, I'll open the if first. What is my first logical test? I want to compare does my net sales, which is this value, is greater than and equals to 10,000. Okay. If this value is true, then type 5%. Now this is a percentage. I am keeping this into the inverted commas because I want to show that as a text output. Okay. Now, if my D2 is greater than 10,000, if this condition matches, then show 5% as a commission, comma. Value false. If my number is not greater than 10,000, then I have a second condition, okay, which means that this has to be again checked with another if, okay. Now we have seen first if condition to check the first condition. Now I have a second condition where I'm seeing that does the value is greater than 5k and less than 10k. Here I need to use one more if because I have a second condition to check. Now under this second condition also I have two conditions. So which means that I need to use a AND operator here. So AND checks two conditions. Now, what is the first logical and second logical test? You can see that under the AND, you can see the logical test 1, 2, 3, 4 under dot dot. Multiple logical tests can be done. Now, my first logical test is that does my D2 is greater than and equals to 5,000? Okay, this is first logical test, comma, does my D2 is less than and equals to 10,000? Okay, now this is the logical test I have. So you could see that under the function arguments, logical test I have passed with two parameters. That is by using an AND operator because I want both has to be true, comma. If the number is coming between this category, okay, in that case, I want to show 2.5% as a put, as a commission given, comma. Now value false. If the first value doesn't match, if the second value doesn't match, what is remaining? Remaining is less than 5,000 number. So any number which is a negative number, 0 or less than 5,000, they, like this category should get 1.5% of the commission. So I'll simply type here 1.5%. This is my else part. So if both the condition won't match, then I need to show the 1.5%. I'll close the bracket. This is the first bracket I'm closing because I'm writing two conditions. I need to close two brackets. So the moment you write any complex formulas, if you can see this function argument is not closed, which means that your formula is incomplete. So after closing one bracket, I could see that this is not closed. I'm closing one more bracket. Now I could see that the function arguments have gone. I'll say okay. So this net sales was 7,000, which is falling under this range, 5 to the 10,000. It is getting 2.5% of profit. Sorry, as a commission. I'll drag this formula. You could see that 1.5% is applicable for the less than 5,000s. 5% is applicable and then so on. So this is how you can apply the commission rates by using an and or conditions. Okay. Then the second condition that I have to check between 5,000 to 10,000. So this is also going to come with my another if, because in the if I can pass the conditions. Then less than 5,000 will be my else part. So can be written by using the if else. So I'm writing two ifs and one else part. Okay. Now under the second condition, I'm seeing that there are two conditions, greater than 5,000 and less than 10,000. This is not possible with a single if. If you open the formula, it will take only one logical test. Now to solve this, I need to use an AND operator to fulfill these two conditions into a single if. Okay. So what I'm doing, two ifs, one else, and one AND condition. Let's write the formula now. Okay. So is equals to if my first logical test is what I'm checking does my D2 is greater than 10,000, which is my first logical test. If this test passes, okay, if this test becomes true, then what is an output? Commission is 5% here. So I'll simply write the 5% as a commission, comma. Now I have to come on the second row. Here, there is one more if. So I'll open one more if here because I'm checking the second condition. Now there are two conditions available. So I'll be using an AND operator. Okay. Now, first logical test is what? Does my net sales is greater than and equals to 5,000, comma. What is my second logical test? Does my D2 is less than and equals to 10,000? Okay. This is what is written into line number 2. This is my logical test. So now I have passed two logical tests by using an AND operator, comma. If this value becomes true, if any of the net sales falls between 5 to 10K, then 2.5% as a commission. So I have passed 2.5% as a commission, comma. If the number is less than 5K, okay, or if it is not between the 10,000 to the conditions mentioned, that will become my else part. So that is 1.5%. So I'll simply pass my else part, which is 1.5%. I'll close the bracket twice because I have opened two if conditions and say, okay, I got the output. So the next formula is by using an or operator. So and was what the and was doing, it was checking does my both the conditions are true or not. In the or, I can check if one of the condition matches, then okay. I don't want everything to be matched 100%. That is my or condition. Okay. So let's see what is an problem statement I have. Now, if my sales number is greater than 10,000 and profit is greater than 5,000, then I would say it is good. Okay. Else, the salesman needs an improvement. So this is an outcome that I want to pass. Okay. Formula becomes pretty easy. Now you can see that there are two conditions I am passing under the if. So I need to use an or operator because here in the problem statement itself, it is written that there are two conditions. If one of the condition matches, then it is good. If both of the conditions are not matching, then type needs improvement. Okay. So this is what is a problem statement is. So it can be achieved by using a single if, by using an or. Okay. Now let's write it into the column G. So is equals to if I'm checking two conditions in the one go, which are bifurcated by using an or operator. I'll simply take an or here. Okay. Now, the moment I take or, it is giving me a logical test. So what is a logical test? Does my D2 is greater than and equals to 10,000? Okay, this is first logical test. Second, does my profit, which is my E2, is greater than and equals to 5,000? Okay, this is what is a condition I am checking. So if this condition matches, then type good, comma, else type needs improvement. Close the brackets. Okay. Now drag this to the bottom. Now you can see that, let's see, is it really giving the correct answers or not? First condition, my net sales was less than 10K. Profit is also less than 5,000. Needs improvement. Okay. Let's take the numbers, row number 6. My sales was greater than 10K, but my profit is not greater than 5K. Still, I am saying this is as good because my one of the condition here is matching, which is my first condition. Sales is greater than 10K. So I'm saying, yes, this is good, even though profit is not matching. So or condition checks one of the condition and gives you the output. If I write this by using an and, you could see that this good will also come up with needs an improvement because both the conditions are not matching. So in what cases do we need to use an or, where one of the condition that you want to see if it is matching and pass an output to it, in that case we'll be using an or as a logical function. So now if we simply see all the good written over here, may not be coming up with all the both the conditions matching. If one of the condition matches, it will show the good as an output. I'll go to the next one that is called as a cell referencing. So let's say cell referencing is a concept into an Excel. Okay. And there are three types of cell referencings available. One is called as a relative, the second is called as an absolute, and the third is called as a mixed cell reference. Okay. Now let's assume that I need to calculate the net income. So city, product, cost, and sales are given. Okay. And I want to calculate the net income here. So how will I calculate the net income? In the general cases, sales minus cost. So is equals to, I'll take the sales minus cost. Life becomes easy. I got 4,000 as a difference between this, and then I'll drag the formula. Okay. So if I see the formula, the moment if I copy paste the formula, the cell reference is also changing. Okay. You can see that if I just simply say F2 on this, it is taking the cell number D2 and C2. Copy paste bottom, it is taking D3 minus C3. It is taking D4 minus C4. So which means that the moment if I copy paste the formula, automatically the references are changing, right? To the last one, it is coming to D9 and C9. Okay. This is very simple and the very generic one. When it comes to copy pasting the formula, your cell references will change. Okay. Now this is called as a relative reference. Okay. Now the second condition. Now let's say I have the names given in this column, and these are the schools given. These are the grades, and this is a maximum score. Now I want this 85 into a percentage. What should be the formula? C15 divided by the maximum score I have. So the obtained mark divided by the maximum score. This will automatically give me the percentage. Now it is coming 85%, correct? But the moment if I copy paste it to the bottom, I could see that from the next number itself, the values are not showing correct. Okay, let's see how. I'll press F2. I could see that C15 by C14 is happening very correctly. Okay, but the moment if I copy paste the formula, I could see that the reference got changed. Now it is dividing 65 with 85, which should not be the case. Let's see for the third one. It is dividing 70 by 65, which again should not be the case. So what has to be constant here? My denominator here, which is the maximum score, that has to be constant, but my numerator should change. Okay. In that case only, I'll be getting the correct answer if I copy paste the formula. Okay. Or else I'll end up messing up the cell references. So now in this case, what do we need to do? We need to block my denominator in such a way that if I copy paste it anywhere, my denominator should not change, but my numerator should keep on changing. Okay. So for that, there is an option here in the Excel that is called as a cell referencing. You can block the cells. You can keep it static. You can keep it dynamic too. Okay. Let's see what is a static cell reference. I'll select this C14 because I don't want my denominator should change, and I'll press F4 from my system, from my keyboard. The moment if I press F4, you could see that the dollar sign is coming to column and to the row, which means that column C and row number 14 is blocked. That cell is blocked. Here, there are three options available. If you press F4 key twice or thrice, you could see difference in the ranges that are happening. I'm pressing this F4 twice. I could see that the dollar sign for the column has gone and for the row it is coming, which means that your 14th row is blocked, but your columns can change. I'll press this F4 once again. I could see that $C14 is coming. So wherever the dollar is coming, that is a blocker. So dollar is coming next to the C, which means that there is a column block, but the rows can change. And to release everything, press F4 once again. You will come back to the normal. So in my case, what I needed, I want this cell has to be constant, which means an absolute block. So I'll press this once, which is $C, $14, which means that the C column and the row number 14 is blocked for me. I'll enter this. Now the moment if I copy paste this formula to the bottom, I could see that yes, the correct numbers are coming here. And if I simply say F2, I could see that yes, the numbers are coming correct. My denominator is 100, but my numerator is changing. Okay. Now this type of referencing is called as an absolute referencing. Let's go to the new concept that is called as a VLOOKUP. Now, let's suppose lookup means what? Without seeing a V there. So we also have a formula for a lookup. So what does a lookup do? It finds the value that you want to find out in the huge data set. Okay. For example, here the number of line items, okay, are almost like 38. It becomes easy for us to see that where is my product 2 or where is order ID number 1121. Okay. And if I want the net sales of that order ID, it becomes easy to identify. But let's say if your data is huge, like 30 columns and 10,000 rows, you'll not go there and put a filter and see the order ID that you're looking out for, copy paste that price there. You'll not do that. And even if you do that, it will take a lot of time of yours. Okay. So the lookup, which means that the value that you're looking out for, in which array, which means in which data set, and then what you're looking out for. It could be happen that, okay, for order number 1127. So here it is, order number 1127. I want to know the name of salesman. So in the general cases, what I will do, I'll put a filter here. I'll come to the order ID. I'll say 1127. The salesman is Adam, copy the salesman, paste it here. This is a procedure that I'll do, which is impossible to do when the data is huge. Okay. But with the use of the formula, you can make it easy and you can just copy paste the formula anywhere that you want. You'll be seeing a result. Okay. Now, how to do that? So there are two types of lookups available. One is called as a vertical lookup. The second is called as a horizontal lookup. Okay. Now, the vertical lookup, which means that if the table is vertical, this is a vertical table. And most of the cases, databases concept is saying we are saving a table into a vertical format, which means that the column headers on the top and then recording a data into a row manner. But have you seen a transpose of this table? Which means that, let's suppose I'll quickly show you how the horizontal will look like. So this is how the horizontal will look like, where you have this order IDs into the rows, and then you have the product IDs mentioned like this into the columns. So even if somebody want to record like this, it becomes very hectic to read and also to record the information.
Yes.
So most of the time, what does a database concept says? Your table has to be vertical. So that is one of the reason VLOOKUP is highly used compared to an HLOOKUP, at least into a data analytics. Why? Because most of the time, whenever we collect data, we keep in mind that the column headers are into the columns and you're recording information row by row. If the new product comes in, I'll say, okay, the order ID number XYZ, the product ID number this, name is this, and the value is this. I'll press enter, it will go to the next line, and this is how you will record the table. Okay, this is most popular method to record a data. Or whenever you take a data from any SQL server or from any databases, it will come into the vertical format. Okay, like minority of the cases are available where you could see that into a horizontal table format. Okay, so we have two options available here. One is called as an VLOOKUP, the second is called as an HLOOKUP. Okay, now VLOOKUP means what? Vertical lookup. When the table is vertical, you will apply a VLOOKUP. When a table is horizontal, you will apply an HLOOKUP. It is that simple. Okay, now what is the purpose of this? What I'm doing, I want to find out this order ID and their net sales. So I want to write a formula here in the cell number I2 to identify what will be my net sales for the order ID of 1127. Okay, for this I'll be writing a formula. Now, how to write a formula? So is equals to VLOOKUP. Okay, I'll pick this formula. Now the formula has an arguments, which is my lookup value, table array, column index number, and the range lookup. Okay, so these four parameters that we need to pass. Now, lookup value means what? What you're looking out for. I'm looking out for this order ID. Okay, I'll keep it freezed, absolute block. Because if I copy paste this formula anywhere, I don't want this order ID cell number to change. So I'm keeping this as an H2 as an freeze, comma, the table array where I'm looking out for. So this is my table. So I'll select an entire table. So in this table, I'm looking out for. I'll also put a freeze here. Okay, so that if I copy paste the formula, it should not change. So I'm putting a freeze there, comma. It is asking me what is the column index number. Okay, so what is the column index number here states that what I'm looking out for is the net sales. So compared to the columns, from where your data is starting, what is the number of your net sales? So my first column is order ID, second is the product sold, third is salesman, and fourth is my net sales. So I need to pass, if I want to fetch the value of the net sales, I need to pass column 4. So I need to type number 4. So column index number. So index is always a numeric value. So I'll say that, okay, 4. I'm looking out for the net sales here. If I type 3, I'll be seeing an output as salesman, name of the salesman for this order ID. If I type 4, I'll be seeing the net sales. So I'll type 4, comma. There are two types of matches available. One is called as an exact match. The second is called as an approximate match. So I'm looking out for exact order ID 1127. What will be the net sales of it? So that is an exact match. So 0 indicates here as an exact match and 1 indicates here as an approximate match. So I'll be using 0. Most of the cases you will end up using zeros only. Close the brackets. Enter. I got 2214. So order ID this, I'll make it bold, 1127 You can see 2214 was my net sales. So directly it is coming. So now if I change the order ID here, like 1112, if I say enter, I got 6528, which is matching here. So which means that by using a single formula, I can fetch the net sales for the respective order IDs. Cool then. We'll go to the next concept that is called as an H lookup. If the table is into the horizontal format, so which means that your all of your uh, headers, column headers, are coming to the row headers, and you're recording a data column wise. So this is my one product ID or one order ID and its relevant data. Likewise, I have all the order IDs mentioned in the columns, and I'm keep on recording like this horizontally. So in this case, we have to use an H lookup, which is almost similar to the V lookup. We just have to pass the row reference here, which we are passing the column reference there. That's the only difference. Okay. Let's see how to write the formula. Same. Order ID is 1121, and I want the net sales of it. So is equals to H lookup, because the table is horizontal. Lookup value is what? I'm looking out for 1121. I'll select the cell number C2, comma, table array. I'll select entire table array from here, comma, row index number. Now it is asking me what is the row where the net cells is written. So net cells in this is the fourth row. So I'll keep it as 4, comma 0 for the exact match. I'll enter. Now I got 2277. So where is 1121? This is 1121 section, and I got 2277 as an answer. So it's working. So all the limitations that you have to the VLOOKUP will remain same for the HLOOKUP. Instead, like in the VLOOKUP, we were passing the column reference number. Here in the HLOOKUP, we have to pass the row reference number. That is the only difference. So depending on the table type you have, you can use one of these. So
Yes.
let's suppose you're looking out for something. Let's suppose you have a student's data with you, and the student roll numbers are given to you. And that data consists of 2000 line items. And somebody asked you to fetch the particular student details. Okay. And the roll number is given to you. And you have been asked to give the data for that particular roll number only. So in the usual cases, what you will do, you'll go ahead and check the particular roll number. You can find that roll number and copy paste the data. That is the ideal case. But let's say if the 10 roll numbers are given to you, you have to repeat this process again and again 10 more times to find out the roll number in the bunch of data, copy paste the data of the particular student, and then give it on the new Excel worksheet. We can avoid these steps. This repetition of the work we can avoid. This is possible by using the VLOOKUP and the HLOOKUP. VLOOKUP used VLOOKUP is used when the data is into the vertical table. HLOOKUP is used when the table is horizontal. So the current example which we are taking, that is for the horizontal table, where let's suppose this order ID is your student ID, okay, and the net sales of each student is given, okay, just an hypothetical example. Now I'm looking out for the net sales made by the particular order ID in this table. So as a table does not consist a lot of data, it becomes easy for us. With the scroll we will understand. But if the table is huge, it becomes difficult to find out each order IDs and their respective net sales. We can avoid this entire procedure by writing a formula, and that formula will be dynamic. Okay. Now how to write the formula? Here in the cell number D2, where the green cell is given, I'm writing a formula here. What is that? The any formula starts with is equals to. I'm writing is equals to H lookup. So this is the formula I'll take. Now lookup value is what I'm looking out for. I'm looking out for 1121. I'll select this table array from where I'm looking out this. So I'll select this entire table. So this is a table where I'm looking out the results for, comma, row index number. It is asking me in this table order the net cells is which row. This is the fourth row. So I'll pass the row index number as 4. This is the fourth row, comma 0 for the exact match. Enter. I got one. This is 2277. This is what is a net sales made by this order ID. And if I change the order ID here, automatically it will fetch the relevant net sales. For example, 1115. I got 9660. So where is 1115? It is 9660. It is matching. So we can avoid this procedure by using a single formula, that is either an H lookup or a V lookup. Perfect. So let's move to the next concept now. Okay. This is called as an index match. This index match formula is most of the time we said that it is like the limitation that we have for the VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP can overcome by using this index match formula. Okay. So now let's divide this index and match into the two different formulas and we will see the entire index match together. Okay. So let's say this is my table, dates, order ID, product. So here I have number of customers, net sales, and the profit. And the date is given in the first column. Okay. So in this date, whatever date is available here. So for this, I'm looking out the values. Okay. I want the profit and loss for these dates. How it is possible? Let's put it. So is equals to VLOOKUP. Lookup value is 2 January, comma. I'll select the entire table. So this is my 8th column, comma 8, comma 0. Okay. So what I got this 3376. Okay. Now it is possible. Why? Because my lookup value was the first column. But what if I'm looking out for the product ID, which is let's say the product number 1 and their respective date? It will not go in this reverse order. Okay. In that case, we have to use the index match. So this limitation will overcome here. Second limitation, duplicacy of the data. Let's suppose the 2 January is available here. And again, I'll just highlight this for you. And again, this 2 January is available here. Now, if I apply the regular VLOOKUP, it will only take this one, which is 3376. It will not take the value which is available here, which is 1063. Now, this can also be overcome by using the index match. Okay, let's see how to do that. Now, we have two formulas. Let's see what is a match. So match is what? Match is giving you the index number of this particular order date. So index numbers are what? Let's see. You guys know serial number. So if I apply the serial number column here, and if I say 1, and if I say plus 1, so this becomes my serial numbers, right? So if I ask you what is the serial number of the 2nd January, easily you can tell me this is the second serial number. But if I randomly ask you what is the serial number for 31st of January, it becomes difficult if the dates are not into the proper order. So for the 31st January, the serial number is 30. Okay. Now I can do this by using a match also. If I simply say what is the index number for the 2nd January, it will give me the index number of that without putting any serial number column by using the match formula. Okay, let's see how to do this. So is equals to match. This is a formula. Okay, I'll select this formula. It is asking me to pass the lookup value, lookup array, and the match type. Same thing that we have used for the VLOOKUP and the HLOOKUP. Now, what is my lookup value? I'm looking out for the order date. This is my lookup value, comma. It is asking me the lookup array. So what I will do, I'll select everything, comma 0 for the exact match. I'll add it up here. So in this table, my 2nd January was falling on the second location. This is what the match is giving to me. Okay. Now, if I just copy paste this formula to the bottom, you will get that all of this are giving the proper index numbers of the dates available here. So you do not have to go by applying a serial number column. Your match will give the index number of it. There is a formula called as an index. Okay, let's see what does that formula mean. So I'll type is equals to index. Okay, what it is asking me, it is again asking me an array. Okay, now here the array means the entire table or a single column. Okay, then row number which is coming here is I need to pass the index number of that row, and column number that is coming into the square brackets, which means that that is an optional factor. Okay, so let's suppose if you're looking out for one identity, you can still identify the index from there. In our case, what we have to look out for, I want the profit and loss of the 2nd January. So this is a result that I want to obtain. And the moment if I copy paste this formula, bottom of this, I want the profit and loss for all of these order dates. Okay. by using the index match formula. What the index will do, the moment we pass the row index number and the column index number to the index formula, it will populate the outcome to you. This is what the index is doing. Okay. Match was giving me the index number. So if I use the index match together, it becomes easy for me to identify what was a profit and loss or any column that I'm looking out for. Okay. Now let's do one thing. Is equals to index. I'll select this one. Okay. Now it is asking me an array that I need to select the entire table. So I'll come here, I'll select the entire table. I'll freeze it. I don't want this table to change. Comma, row number. So row index number it is asking me. For the 2nd January, we have already wrote the index number here, right? By using this match. So this is my row number. I'll select this cell number E5, comma. It is asking me the column index number. So profit and loss was 8th column, which I have identified by using the match. I'll click here. I'll close the brackets. I got 844. So, sorry, it should not be the 844. It has to be 3376. One moment. Is equals to index. This array has to be from P17, comma, row number. We have to select this from B16, the inner data. Then E5, comma, E3. This column, comma, so row index number is 2, comma, 8. If I pass this up, I'm getting 844. This shouldn't be the case. So what if there is 3? If there is 2, this B17, if I have B18, three three seven six, which is matching here as 3376. So while selecting the index, we have to select the inner data only. So if we select this column header here, it will still take the match ID of it. So which we need to avoid. So that is the reason we have to select the inner one. Okay, so if I take an array, what's happening? My first match case, it is taking the serial number from the dates. So it is writing like this 1, 2, and 3, which shouldn't be the case. That is the reason for the 2 it was taking this. If I select the entire table. So for the index, we have to select the inner table only without taking the headers of it. Okay. Now, coming back to this, I lock the cells now. I don't want the cells to be changed. I'll lock this E5 and lock this E3 too. Okay. I'll copy paste the formula here. One moment. E3 should remain same. Your E5 should change. Okay. Now it is giving me all the correct profit and losses for the mentioned dates. So this is how the index with the match is working. So we need to first identify the index numbers by using a match for the row index number and the column index number. And then if you use an index formula, we have to pass the function arguments in such a way that if you copy paste it to the bottom, it should work. So all of these 10 order IDs, I got their respective profit and losses too. First step, what we need to do, we need to find out the index number of the 2nd January. Okay, so for that, what I will do, I'll come here, I'll say match. Lookup value has to be this 2nd January, where in the lookup array of this, we got the index number of the 2nd January. Okay, I'll copy paste the formula to the bottom. I got all the index numbers of these 10 mentioned dates. Second step, I need to put the index here to identify what is the column number of the profit and loss. So same thing I'm repeating, is equals to match. My lookup value is what? I want to find out this profit and loss, where in the given headers of this, phrase it, comma 0. I got this is the eighth column. So profit and loss is the eighth column in the table. This is my second step. Okay. Now the formula is index match. Now I need to pass the index formula to get exactly what is the profit and loss number for the 2nd of January. Okay. This is an outcome I'm looking out for. For that, what I'll do is equals to index. I'll take this formula. I need to pass an array. So I'll pass the inner data as an array. I'll freeze this, comma. Row number is already identified here. I'll select this. I will put a freeze here to the column so that your column should not change. Okay. Comma. The column number that was coming here, the profit and loss, this is 8th column. I'll select this E3. I'll make this as an absolute freeze. This E3 shouldn't be changing. Done. So for the 2nd of January, it was 3376. The value is matching. And if I copy paste this formula to the bottom, you'll be getting all respective profit and losses for the mentioned dates. As the index suggests, index is a formula that is divided into two formulas, indexes and the matches. Index can be done directly without a match by passing the row number and the column number. But if you want to make it dynamic, we can use a match with it. So automatically the row number and the column number can be identified. That is one case. So while passing the index, what we used to do is equals to index. It is asking you an array or the reference. Okay. Array means what? The table from where you want to fetch the values from. Okay. If you take an example of offset, okay, this is one of the alternative for the big number of tables. So let's suppose if the columns are more, if the number of rows are more, this is an alternative. What does an offset do? Offset is asking you a reference. A reference means what? From where your table is starting. So we have to give the reference number to it. Okay. So let's see what happens. Reference number here means, let's suppose this is my table. I'm keeping this first cell number of the table, that is B17 in my case. So from here, the table is starting. I just have to pass this to offset. I do not have to pass any the array number or entire table array. It is just the first column or the first cell of the table. If you just pass it up, your offset will understand the table is starting from here. Okay. The moment you select it, you have to make it freeze, a complete absolute freeze, because this reference should not change, because this is what you're giving to the formula, that from here the table is starting. Comma. Remaining things are seen in the formula. If we see the arguments of it, it says rows and columns. So we need to give the row number and the column number. Okay. Let's see what happens if we give the row number. I'm giving this as a row number. What I want to fetch the same thing, profit and loss for the 2nd of the January, which we were doing by using an index. Okay. So that was available on the second row. So I'll select the second row here, comma. It is asking me the column number. So this is my column number. If I pass it up, for this time, I'm not getting anything because I need to make an arrangement in the formula so that it can fetch the correct number of columns or to fetch the correct number of records. What arrangement we have to do? So what does an offset do? Offset always starts from here, the first column of your table, and then calculates till the first blank available. So at this point of time, what it is doing, it is starting up with the dates and it is going till this column. So that is what an offset does. That is how the formula is built. So in the formula, what changes we have to do? So this E3, which you can see over here, that is giving you the 8th column for the profit and loss. So this is my first, this is second, this is third, and so on. This is my 8th. Okay. So if I'm passing 8, what is an offset formula is doing? It is stepping up everything by a single row. So it is doing like this. So date, it is considering as the first column. And after this is 0th column it is considering. This is first, second, and this is 8th. Now 8th column, there is nothing coming up. So we have to decrease it by 1 point. So what we have to do here? So where my profit and loss column number was coming, that is into 8. This is match case. Okay. So that is into cell number E3. So if I just simply do E3 minus 1, so whatever is coming in E3, do it as a minus 1. Let's see what I get. I got the value as 3376. So this was an expected profit. Okay. So if you understand how the formula works, it starts with your reference number. You do not have to pass the array to it or the table array to it. Just give the first cell of your column, first cell of your table. Offset will automatically understand from here the table is starting, but it will change its allocation of the indexes. That is, the first column you are giving, it will consider as 0, and then all the column as it will increase it by 1. So what you have to do, you have to decrease that by 1 to get the actual number. So this is how the offset works. What if instead of from the B18, I type B17, including my headers? Okay.
Okay.
So in this case, what is coming here? It is coming as third column, right? So this
Yes,
second
yes.
January is my third column. It is going like this, 1, 2, 3. So this is a bunch. V lookup, H lookup, index match. So these three together, these three formulas together will solve your most of the problem in terms of if the data is big and you want to fetch some results from the data and you have some common identifiers. In that case, either of this formula will work. Okay. Let's move to the next one. This is called as a statistical functions. Okay. Let's say I have the same data. Okay, I'm using the same data and few formulas I need to write here. So I have a table which consists of these many line items, these like 1325 line items. Okay, and I just want to know what is the sales or what is the profit. Let's say what is the net sales given by the Justin. This is my criteria. So in that case, what I have to do, either I can put a filter on the table and I can take a summation of it, or else I can use the subtotals and keep changing your filters for the salesman. Okay, this is second idea. What is third one? I can directly write sum ifs as a formula because I have a condition. What I want to do, I need a summation of net sales where the salesman was Justin. This is what is an question is. Three ways to solve it. If I want a summation or the net sales done by a Justin, I'll put a filter. I'll come here, I'll select Justin from here, and I'll take the summation of the cells. Okay, this is one way. But this is tedious. Let's suppose if you have lot many people that you want to take a summation of. You can write a formula which is a dynamic one. You just change the criteria, you will be getting a sum of it. Okay, how to do that? That is possible by using your sum ifs formula. Let's see how to write this. So what do we have? We have a criteria here. What is a criteria? Criteria is saying I need a salesman is Justin. Okay, I need summation of net sales. So this is what is a problem statement is. To solve this, what I will do, I'll write the sum ifs as a formula. Okay, so is equals to sum ifs. This is a formula. I'll take it up. If you see the function arguments, it is asking you to pass the summation range. Summation of what we are looking out for. I'm looking out for summation of net sales. Okay, I'll select this one, comma. What is the criteria range? Criteria is that I need the salesman, the column E, is equals to Justin. Okay, so I'll select the salesman column. This is my criteria range 1, comma. What is the criteria? So salesman should be Justin, which is given in the cell number M4. I need a salesman as a Justin. I'll close this bracket. I got 1.1 as a 1.1 million as a number. So this is a sales done by a Justin. Let's cross verify it. Come to the table. Salesman is equals to Justin. Summation of sales. If you see here, it is coming 1.1 millions. Okay, so dynamically you can fetch the values by using a criteria Justin. So I'll iterate once again. What is a formula? Formula is sum ifs. What it is asking you, first summation of what you are looking out for, that is your summation range. So I was looking out for the summation of net sales. I have chosen that column. Next, what is the criteria you have? Criteria is salesman is equals to Justin. So I'll select column E where the salesman is given. That is my criteria range. And what is my criteria? Criteria was written here. That is Justin. So I'll select this one. So criteria matched and summation of net sales has been pulled out by using this formula. So this is how dynamically you can select the summation of the sales done by a particular employee or particular salesman. It becomes easy because if you put a data validation here, in this case. Just change the name of person, you'll be getting the net sales done by him. It is as simple. So the next formula is called as an countifs. Okay. So here we need to calculate the count of sales which is greater than 8K. So we have the net sales done here, and I just need like how many entries or how many sales items are there which are greater than 8,000. So this is my criteria. Okay. For this, I need to write a formula. Like SUMIFs, I have a formula here as a countifs. Okay. I'll select the countifs as a formula. Now here it is very simple. Criteria range 1 and criteria 1. So here we are not taking any summation, any aggregation. We just need a count of it. So it is simple here. So countifs criteria range 1. So what I will do, I'll select the net sales column. So this is my entire column, comma. What is a criteria? I need to have the net sales greater than 8,000, which is written into my M5. Okay, I'll close this bracket. Let's see what is coming. So result is coming as 445. Let's cross validate it. Come to the table, number filters, greater than and equals to 445. Sorry, 8,000. Okay, I'll take the count of it. The count is coming as 445, which means that if I apply the countif formula with a given condition, it will count the number of rows with the condition that you are giving. So in my case, the condition was greater than 8,000. So there are 445 sales line items, which is having a sales more than 8,000. So this is what is the result is conveying to you. Let's go to the next one. So these are the quartile, percentile, standard deviation, and the median. These are some statistical terms, terminologies that we have. How many of you know the percentile? Now, if I say is equals to percentile, I have a formula called as a percentile. So this percentile formula will automatically consider what was the lowest sales and what is the highest sales done. It will automatically distribute 1% and 100% and give you the whatever percentile that you're looking out for. Okay. Now, let's break this formula into the different pieces. Array. In the percentile, we need to pass an array. So I'll consider the net sales column, entire net sales column. I'll take it up, comma. It is asking me the kth value, which means that what percentile you're looking out for, 0th percentile or the 1st percentile. So what I will do, I'll first write 0 here in the first scenario. I'll say okay. So what I got this 1377. So this is the lowest number I have. So the lowest sales done in my sales range, that is 1377. Okay, good till here as far as the understanding is concerned. So the lowest number I got by using the percentile method. And if I want the highest number here, what I will do, I'll simply come here, I'll write 1.0. That is my 100%. Okay, so 14,985 is the highest sales done. Now I want to calculate the middle, like what is the 40th percentile. So the 40 percentile, what that number looks like, I want to calculate that. So what I will do, this k value which I am changing from 0 to 1, I'll make it as 0.40, which denotes like 40 percentile of it. Okay. Now I got this 5220. This is a number I got. What does this denotes? It tells you that 40% of the cells is less than and equals to 5220 number. So you can consider that 5220 is a number, that is your 40th percentile, and there is a 40% sales which is less than and equals to this number. So this is what the percentile is giving you as an output while doing the data analysis. Now, do you know what is standard deviation? So let's suppose we have a pizza delivery times given. Okay. Let's suppose there are two restaurants, restaurant A and restaurant B, and they are having their pizza delivery time here. So if I say I want to know what is the standard deviation given by this pizza delivery times. So in usual cases, what is happening? An average delivery time for both of these restaurants is 20 minutes, which means that restaurant A and restaurant B on an average taking 20 minutes to deliver the pizza at the same distance. Okay, let's assume that distance of 5 kilometers. So that is common. Both of the restaurants taking 20 minutes to deliver the pizza. But it will not be possible that every time you are delivering in 20 minutes, there is a deviation expected. At times, pizza may come a little early. At times, pizza may come a little late due to XYZ situations. So that's how your standard deviation is calculated. Okay. Now, let's say we have given a standard deviation. Now, each restaurant knows that how late they're delivering an order, how early they're delivering an order. Okay, let's consider that restaurant A has a standard deviation of 10 minutes. Okay, and restaurant B has a standard deviation of 5 minutes. Okay, let's see what does it mean. In the first case, average delivery time is what? 20 minutes. So this is my mean time. Average, I'm taking 20 minutes to deliver. My standard deviation is 10 minutes, which means that either I can deliver the pizza 10 minutes early or 10 minutes late, which means that either I can deliver the pizza in 10 minutes or else I can deliver the pizza in 30 minutes. Correct? Because I have a standard deviation of 10 minutes. 10 minutes variation can happen for the restaurant A. But this is not the case for the restaurant B. Restaurant B is saying standard deviation of the 5 minutes is here and there. So, minimum to minimum, in 15 minutes, the pizza will come. Max to max, till 25 minutes, the pizza will come. And this is called as a standard deviation. Okay. Now, let's see how to calculate that on the Excel worksheet. The formula is very simple. Let's suppose I want to calculate the standard deviation of number of customers. Okay, what is the average deviation value in terms of customers that is happening? Okay, so what I will do in the cell number N8, I'll write STDEV. So this is a standard deviation formula, and likewise you have multiple formulas available. I'm concerned with the standard deviation, so I'm considering the STDEV, standard deviation. I'll pick this formula. Now simply we need to pass the numbers here. The standard deviation of what you want to identify. So I want to identify the standard deviation of the inner numbers. Okay, that is from, let's take from the headers only, number of customers. I'll close this bracket. So this is 1.4. So this is a standard deviation in terms of my customers. So one customer or 1.5 customers here and there can happen. So this is what is a sigma range that is coming here for my customers. Same standard deviation you can calculate for the net sales and the profit also. So what is the deviation from the mean you can expect in terms of standard deviation that you can calculate on any number that you're looking out for. The next one, the last one here is called as a quartile. Okay. So let's say I have a 0 value and I have 1 as a value. So if I divide this 0 to 1 into the 4 quadrants, what the value will look like? The first value will look like 0.25, 0.50, 0.75, and 1. Do you agree to this? So this is my lowest, this is my highest, okay? And these are the quadrants. This is my first quadrant, second quadrant, third quadrant, and highest value I would say this is a fourth quadrant. And lowest value I'll say as a 0 quadrant. Good till here? So I'm just dividing
Yes.
0 to 1 into the 4 different quadrants. Okay, 0.25, 0.50, 0.75, and 1. Okay, quartile concept looks like this only. What the quartile will do, it will divide your data set into the lowest and the highest value, and then it will take the quadrants of it, like 0.25%, 50%, 75%. Okay, now let's see what is an outcome in my data set that is coming to. Okay, now we have a quartile. I need to calculate the first quartile of my data. This is a question given to you. So these kind of questions will come to you when it comes to the data analysis. When, let's suppose, particular manager wants to know that how my first quartile or the second quartiles looks like. Okay, this is the question is being asked to you. You need to pass a solution to this. Now, what is the first quartile? First quartile means 25%. If somebody asks you the second quartile, it is like 50% of the sales. So let's see. After applying a formula, what is the output? And let's understand in the reverse order from the output till the formula. Okay, I'll first write the formula. Formula is equals to quartile. This is my formula. Okay, it is asking me an array, so I need to pass an array. I'll take the net sales column, comma. You could see that the 4 that we wrote here on the screen are coming here, like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, what I want to calculate, the first quartile. The first quartile is 25 percentile. I'll take first one. I'll just simply type 1 from my keyboard. I'll close this up. What I got here, I got 3822. This is the number. So this is the first quartile. What does this give you as an output? It tells you that my 25% sales is less than and equals to 3822. This is an outcome that is coming. Okay. Now understood what the quartile is giving to you. Let's suppose I want to calculate where my 50% sales is coming from, which number. So what, instead of 1, I'll pass 2. Okay, which is my average value. So 6192. This was a median. It is matching up here. So this is my 50% value. So my 50% of the sale is coming from number 6192, less than and equals to 6192. Likewise, I can calculate the quadrants here. With this, let's go to the next concept that is called as a pivot table. So the purpose of using a pivot table is to summarize the data. Okay, let's suppose I have this data given. I'm using similar data set throughout this entire series because it gives you more understanding of the data. We'll not be spending much time here. So it is the same data that we have seen. So like with the dates to the profit and loss, net sales, everything is common. Okay. Now I want to see that what is the net sales done by a region north. What you will do, you will apply a sum ifs as a formula. That is one case, right? I want to know what is the net sales done by the region north. So this will be like a sum ifs formula that can do my work. But what if I want to make it more dynamic? Okay, the summarized data, I want to make it more dynamic so that with the click of one thing, or let's say with the click of the regions, my net sales and profit is changing into the tables. Okay, that kind of summarization is possible by using a pivot table. So if the data size is huge, consisting of let's say 1 million line items, and you want to summarize the data on the product level. So let's suppose you have 7 products here and you want to see the results of those 7 products only. Like let's say the number of customers on product 1, 2, 3, 4, the sales done by the product 1, 2, 3, 4, profit coming from product 1, 2, 3, 4. So in this case, summarizing the data gives you much accurate output. Okay, now to summarize the data we are using a pivot table. Okay, it gives you more summarized data. So this data that you can see here of the 1300 line items, this can be summarized into 4 lines. Let's say if I have 4 products, so product 1, 2, 3, 4, and their respective summation should automatically come without writing the formula. Okay, so this is what the pivot table is helping you. If the data size is huge, you can summarize it by using a pivot table. This is the purpose of the pivot table. Now, let's see how to apply a pivot table. So the stepwise step, initially you need to select the data. So this is my table. I have selected a data by using a control A. Okay. What I have done, I came to the table with the use of control A, I have selected a data. Okay. Now I'll go to the insert tab. Here you can see there is an option called as a pivot table. Okay, I'll click on this pivot table. Now I could see that there is a pop-up box coming here. It is asking you where you want to see the pivot table. So what I'll do, I'll do one thing. I'll copy this data and take it to the new worksheet. Okay, it becomes easy so that my base file will not be little messed. So this is my data. I want to put a pivot table here. So data is selected, went to the insert, click on the pivot table. Okay. Table range is what the selected table looks like. Then it is asking you that where you want to see the summarized output, in the existing worksheet or into the new worksheet. Okay, I will say into the new worksheet. That is an automatic option that is coming there. Okay, I'll say okay to this. Now you could see that the sheet 1 where my data was standing, sheet 2 where my pivot table is coming. The moment I apply a pivot table, I could see that the pivot table fields, this box is getting enabled. Okay, and here I can summarize my data. So let's say I want to see the product and their net sales. So what I will do, okay, before that, I'll give you the introduction of pivot table fields, how those looks like. Okay, so there are 4 fields altogether here. The first is called as a filter. The second is column value, row value, and the numbers. Okay. So pivot table is, trained in such a way that even if you just click here on the checkbox, it will automatically go where it has to go, either into the columns or rows into the values. Okay. It will automatically read your data and it will understand which is a numeric column and which is a non-numeric column. As per that, it will go either into the columns and rows and into the values. But you can form your own way too. What I need here, I got all the column list here in this region. Okay, if you just scroll it up and scroll it down, you could see that all the columns that you're looking out for are available here. Those were available on my data set. What I'm looking out for, product wise sales. So I'll simply take this product, drag it to the rows. Okay, I could see that there are three products: product one, product two, product three. Okay, where I'm interested in the net sales done by these products. So I'll take this net sales as this is a value, complete a numeric column. I'll pull this and add into the values. Okay, I got the products and their net sales. Now this is a summation of this. So instead of writing the sum ifs as a formula, the second way is that we can summarize this by using this pivot tables. Okay, I'll give you one more example, and then now what I will do, I'll remove this. Okay, let's see automatically where does it go. So I'll simply come, I'll click on product, the checkbox of it. You could see that automatically it has went to the rows because it understood it has two, three products, and that should be into the rows for a better understanding of my data. I'll simply again drag it down. I'll see the net sales. There is a checkbox. I'll click on the checkbox. You could see that it has automatically went into the values section because the values should, or the non-numeric, a complete numeric column should go into the values. A non-numeric column, which is your text column, should go either into the rows and column. This is what your pivot table will automatically understand. So just have to click it as per your response and make your own tables that you're looking out for. So this is how it helps us to summarize the data. So I just have 3 entries here instead of the entire data sheet which was available. So summarizing data using a pivot table becomes easy. What is the first question? I want to see the net sales done by each salesman per region. Okay, I want to calculate this. Let's see how to achieve it. I'll come back to this. I'll remove whatever that we applied. Simply just drag it up, it will automatically remove. Or just untick the boxes from the list here, it will remove the columns. Select and deselect can happen. Okay. Now, what is the question? The net sales done by each salesman in the region. Okay. So what I will do, I'll go to the salesman first. I'll select the salesman. I got all the salesmans into the rows. Okay. Then I'll click on region. But you could see that the region is coming next to each person. It is not looking that good. Okay. So what I will do, I'll drag this region and take it into the columns. Now this looks little summarized compared to the previous version that you are seeing. Okay. Now you can see that, okay, the regions are given into the columns and the salesman are given into the rows. And if I pull my net sales to the values, I could see that, yes, this is a more summarized version of my data. So Adam in the middle has done 362K of sales. In the West, he has done 451K of sales. Likewise, it is available for all the salesmen, and the grand total is automatically coming. So this is the total done by the Adam, and this is how the bifurcation looks like of the pivot table. The next question is number of sales done by each salesman. So it is asking you the count. See how it is possible. So instead of summation, I need a count there. So this is what the question is saying. So by default, you could have seen that the summation of number is coming everywhere. If you go and click, you could see that the summation of net sales is coming. And if you want to change it, there is something in the pivot table which helps you to change. So instead of the summation, I need a function as count here. So to change the aggregation part coming over here, you just have to click right here. Come to the cell, right click. There is a value field setting. Okay. If you click on this part, you will see that under this value field setting, every aggregation that you're looking out for is coming here. So let's say I'm looking out for the count. I'll click on the count of net sales. I'll say okay. You could see that all the numbers have got converted into the count. So Adam has done 63 sales here, 64, 62. In total, 189 items that the Adam has sold. And this is the bifurcation region wise that you're seeing here. So what you have to, you just have to right click on the value field setting. Whatever aggregation that you're looking out for, everything is available, including the standard deviation, minimum, maximum, average, product, everything is available here. Okay. Also, you can change the name of the column. Custom name can also be possible. Ideally, if you just double click here and change the name of it, it will also do it for you. So north 1, I want to put, it will become north 1. So this table customizations are possible by all the means. Okay. One more thing. Let's say I don't want to see these regions here. I want to see that in terms of the filter. Let's say what I will do in this case now, I'll change this to the summation. Okay, this is how it looks like. And I don't want this region to in the columns. It is taking a lot of space of mine. Okay, and I don't always compare my data. So I want to see what is a sales done by each person into a particular region separately, one by one. So here is a filters option available. What I can do, I'll pull this region and take it into the filters. The moment I do that, on and above of your pivot table, you could see that this is a region. Just enable multiple selections, and this is what the regions looks like. So if I select, let's say, the middle from here, like we do on the table, the filtering of the data, and if I say okay, I could see that this is the data set which is for the middle. So the Adam has done 362k of sales. I'll come here, change it to the west, say okay, so it has done 451k. So as per your convenience, you can use this region into a filters or into a columns depending on the use case that you have. Okay, so we have seen two examples here, first and second, like to convert that into the numbers. And if you want the region wise sales also, that also we saw, we can add that into the filters and we can see the region wise filters too. Okay, then let's suppose if you want to calculate number of orders done from each region. Okay, it is again similar, simple. I'll copy the data, take it to the new worksheet. Okay. Now there is a shortcut to put a pivot table. Okay. That is Alt NVT. So I'll simply type here Alt is NV and T. Okay. This will help you to put a pivot table. So I'll select here my data. I'll type Alt NVT. I'll simply enter. I'll be seeing a new worksheet has formed. Okay. What was a question of mine? I need a number of orders from each region. So I'll simply come here. I'll take my region into the rows and then number of orders. So I have an order ID. So this is coming to the summation of order ID. I'll change this into the value field setting to the count. I'll be getting the summation of, sorry, this is a count of order ID. So these are the regions and this is the count of each orders that is being done here. And this is coming as a grand total. Okay, so all the questions written over here in this worksheet that we have covered, I'll simply once again give you the walkthrough. This is my whole data. I want to summarize the data. That is the reason I'm putting a pivot table. To put a pivot table, I need to select a data. I need to go on the insert, click on the pivot table and take it to the new worksheet. I'm coming to the new worksheet. Okay. After that, there are into the pivot table fields, there are 4 options available: filter, columns, rows, and the values. This will help you to summarize the data. All the columns, those were available in your data set. You could see here into this drag and drop. And this is a section where you can add your fields into. Okay, this is how your pivot table looks like. If you click outside of this, your pivot table fields option will go away. The moment you click on the table, automatically you could see that pivot table field list is getting enabled. Okay, with this into the menu bar, you could see that the moment you are on your pivot table, there is a pivot table analyze option getting enabled and there is a design option getting enabled. This will help you to change the color, look and feel of the pivot table, and pivot table analyze will help you to play with the pivot table. Okay, this is possible the moment you are on your pivot table. The moment you come out of it, you could see that both the options from the menu bar has gone, also the settings of it. Now, let's say I have this data, okay, and I want, what is a problem statement? I want this month-wise and year-wise profit and loss, okay. So I need to see like an year and then the respective month, and then what is the profit and loss made by each month, okay. Let's see, can we do that? Okay, I'll simply take this data. So keep a practice. Do not add a pivot table on this worksheet, okay. At the end you could see that it will little mess up. So as a practice, what I am doing, I'm just copying this table and taking it into the new worksheet. Okay, so this is my table. Now what is my question is like, I want to see month wise and year wise profit and loss. Okay, let's see, can we do this? I'll select the table, Alt NVT, to apply a pivot table, a shortcut key. I'll say enter. Okay. Now it is asking me month wise and year wise, which means that I need to select the dates column. So what I will do, I'll select this dates column. Okay. And then what it is asking, profit and loss. I'll come to the table. I'll take this profit and loss into the values. Okay. Now I got year wise values. Okay. And if I go inside this, I have a quarter wise values. I don't want this. Also inside this, I have a month wise values. So the presentation, which is coming automatically into the expand section, I don't want to see that. What I want year and then month. Okay. I'm not concerned with any other things here. So what I can do for this, I'll click on this year, right click here. There is an option to group and ungroup. It is similar to the grouping and ungrouping that we have seen before. Okay. Just that we're applying this on the pivot table. It gives us a more summarized option. Okay. So what I will do now, I'll click on ungroup. We could see that it is coming into the raw format. All the dates are here and then their respective profit and losses. Now I'll apply a group. Same thing. I'll click on this cell number, right click on group. This pop-up window is coming for grouping and ungrouping. Okay, what I can do here, I want to see the months and then the years. Let's see what happens. I'll simply say okay to this. I could see that data got converted into the months format, but this January may consist of different years. Again, I need to enable the years too. Same process, repeat again. Right click on group, enable the years here. So month and years I have enabled. Okay, I'll say okay here. Now I could see, yes, this is 2012 Jan, Feb, March, 2023 Feb, March, April, and May, and respectively for 2020 2014. I have a data and their respective profit and loss. So even if I click here to minimize and maximize, I could see only two options, that is by month and the year. So this is how we can enable and we can do the grouping and ungrouping of the data. Let's take another example. Go to the grouping example 1, the next worksheet. Okay. Similar data, example is different. Okay. What is the example? I want to see the group of the sales amount with the interval of 1000 each. Okay. According to the sales number, which means that the output something like this I'm expecting, which like between 1000 2000 there are 91 entries of the sales, those are done. Okay, 91 orders came in. 2000 to 3000 range, we got 186 orders. So this is what is an output I want to see, and this is an example which says like I need a group on the sales amount, and I also need a count of the sales. So two things I'm expecting here. Okay, similar fashion, I'll copy the data, take it to the new worksheet. Okay, I'll apply the pivot table. The shortcut key for this is Alt NVT. I'll apply it. I got the pivot table. Now, what I'm looking out for is the sales item, okay, which is my net sales column. So I'll simply come here. I'll take the net sales into the rows and into the values. Okay, both the things are looking similar. Now this summation of net sales, I'll convert this to the count. Okay, just have a look on the screen, understand the process first. Okay, I'll simply come here, I'll click on count. I got count. So for this number 1377, I have one entry available. For this 1512, I have three entries available. So which means that on this number or on this sales amount, I could see that there are three entries, and likewise the data is distributed. Okay. What I'm looking out for here, I'm looking out for the groups. I need a range to be given. Okay. So that range will be applicable on my first column. So what I will do, I'll come to the cell number A4, right click here, click on group. Okay. Initially, we have applied group on the dates. Here we are applying data groups on my non-numerical, sorry, on the numeric column. I click on group. I could see that there is a pop-up box coming in. It is asking you the start value and the end value. So start value is what I want to see the group from 0. It is automatically taking lowest and highest. Okay, just for your information. So 1377 was the lowest number and highest number is 14985. Okay, so what I will do, instead of this 1377, I'll make 1000 as a lowest number, and instead of this 14985, I'll make 15,000 as a highest number. Okay, I'll say with the difference of 1000. So 1000 is coming here. I'll say okay. Now you could see that the groups are done. And I could see between 1000 to 2000, there are 91 orders coming to us. Okay. Where the most number of orders are coming between this range. So this is what is an analysis I can pass. Okay. What is the second low, the second highest number from where I am expecting the sales? That is between 4000 to 5000. So this is how you can form your own groups and do the data analysis of it. The next concept is called as an custom calculation. Okay. So the pivot table itself comes up with various kind of calculations available by using which you can form your own calculations, like percentage of total, percentage of number, the difference between, let's say, a running total if you want to calculate. All of these are pre-built into a pivot table. You do not have to write a formula for it. Okay. So for this, what I will do, I'll take this data to the new worksheet and I'll form the similar question answer that we have formed, the region, salesman, and the net sales. Okay. And let's work on that data only. So I'll quickly form it up. If you have it, you can use the same one. Salesman into the rows, regions into the columns, and I want net sales into the values. So this is how my data set looks like. What was the question? The question was pretty simple here. I need a net sales by each region by a salesman. That is a pivot table I have formed. Then I need to calculate the percentage of grand total. So how will you do that? If I want to calculate the percentage of grand total, it will be like is equals to this number, divide that by the total of it. Okay. Enter, you got the percentage of it. This is 14% of the total. But the moment if I drag it down, you could see that pivot table won't allow us to drag down the formula. Even if you see the formula here into the formula bar, this is coming at get pivot data from this, lengthy process. Ideally, not feasible to apply any formulas outside the pivot table. So whatever that you are expected to do, that is inside this table only. Okay. So now if I come here, right click here, you could see that there are two options, summarize values as and summarize values by. Summarize values by is giving the similar option to change the aggregation to the count, average, minimum, maximum. But the moment you come to the summarize values as, you could see these are the calculations which are pre-built. Like I was saying for the running total, it is available. If you want a percentage difference between two columns, available. Okay. Percentage of the grand total, available. So I'll simply click on percentage of grand total. I'll say okay. I could see that everything in the data got converted to the percentage of total. Now I could see that this is 33% is what is in contribution coming from the middle region, and these are the people, those are contributing by this percentage. Okay. If you would like to see entirely 100% distribution, so this is a distribution of the 100%, and looking at this, I could say that okay, Henry is a person who is contributing more. Okay. I did not apply any formula. I just have clicked to change my format into the percentage of total. Likewise, you can summarize values. Sorry, yeah, you can summarize values by using these inbuilt formulas available. You can use them, and these are most highly used when it comes to the dashboard creation or when it comes to the data analysis. This is what we are looking out for. We are comparing a lot of time what has happened in 2023, what has happened in 2024. Comparative analysis can be done by using a differences from or a percentage differences. If you want to calculate the running total, what has happened till the month of November, running total is available. You can take a percentage of it. Excuse me. So likewise, you can apply the formulas here. So this is one of the feature available into a pivot table. All right, if you're good till here, let's go to the next question that is called as a calculated field. Okay, so what's happening on the pivot table is that the moment I come out of the pivot table and try writing the formula, it will not be a feasible formula that you could see, that you could apply on the regular data sets. Even if I say sum ifs, okay, and if I try to give the range, you could see that the range itself is coming, which means that it is applying a pivot table and then picking up a range. Lengthy process. When it comes to execution, it will not work properly. Okay. What you can do here, we can write the column inside the pivot table only. So we do not have to come out of it. Inside the pivot table, we can write the column. So let's see what is the question. Now I need to put a pivot table which is based on the salesman and the region which we have already given. Okay. Then the question is, there is an incentive given based on the sales done by each salesman. What is the criteria? Criteria is if my sales is greater than 1.2k, okay, then 10% of the sales amount that I need to give as an incentive. If the condition won't match, then I do not want to give the incentive to the people. This is what I need to calculate. How we could have calculated that outside the pivot table? That is by using if condition if true, condition if false. If you need to calculate inside the pivot table, let's see how to do that. So this is a pivot table which is already formed, okay, based on the salesman and their regions. I'll go to the pivot table analyze. Here there is an option called as a calculated field, which means that this is enabling a column inside my pivot table. Okay, I'll click on this. A dialog box will come here. It is asking you what should be the name of that column. I'll say percentage. Okay, this is my name of the column. Here it is allowing me to write a formula. So the same formula which I was writing outside, all the formulas can be executed by using the calculated field. Okay, I'll say if, because that was a formula. Okay, if my net sales, so all the fields, the list of columns you can see here. I'll just take my if my net sales is greater than 1,20,000. Okay, if this is a case, comma, what I need to pass? I need a 10% of the sales. Okay, so I'll take this net sales multiply by 0.10. This is what is the net sales coming here. Okay, I think one moment. Let's not add a region here. I'll remove the region. Now it is giving me the net sales. Okay, easy to identify. Same thing. I'll come again here. Percentage formula. If my net sales is greater than 1,20,000, comma, if the condition is true, net sales multiply by 0.10, that is my 10%. If the condition won't match, then the 0 as an output. Okay, close this up, say okay. Okay, now you could see that there is a new column that is coming, that is sum of percentage, which is taking the 10% of my net sales. Whenever the condition is not true, in this case, which are highlighted in yellow, it is not calculating anything into the incentives. Okay, and whenever the condition is matching, you could see that the new column coming in, and now that column is part of your pivot table also. You can add this column for the further calculations. This is how we can add a calculated column into the pivot table. Let's go to the next concept now. We have one more option called as a calculated item. Okay, what is happening is that the moment I come here, for time being, I'll remove the incentives and I will apply the region as it is. So this is my base of the pivot table that we are using till now. Okay, I want to do the comparative analysis between what will be the percentage change between the middle and north region for the Adam. Okay, so in short, what I'm calculating is equals to sales done by Adam in middle, that is 362k, divide that by north. So I'll be getting a percentage difference. So how it is different? It is like 82% here and there. It is finding the difference between this is. Okay, so I would see 82% more sales done here into the north. So this is what I want to calculate inside this. So whenever it comes to the the comparative analysis inside the pivot table, we can use the calculated item. Okay, or else what is the difference between the sales done by Adam into the middle and north? What you will do is equals to sales done in north minus sales done in middle. So you could see that 77k more done into the north region compared to the middle. Something like this if you want. And this is not static. You want the difference between north and west, middle and north, middle and west, like this you're looking out for. Okay, forming the calculated field will not give this option to you, because what is happening into the calculated field, you are typing a formula which are like which can be worked on Excel anywhere, You are using that on the calculated field option. Now there is one more option in Excel that is called as a calculated item. Okay, so you need to keep your cursor on the region, click anywhere on the region, it will activate. Go to the pivot table, analyze, use the calculated item as an option. Okay, you could see the similar kind of pop-up box which is coming for the calculated field. Okay, let's see. I would give the name of this column as middle versus north. Okay, this is name of my column. Then inside the formula, so you can see that this is the list of columns and this is a list of items. So we are doing the inner analysis. We are not comparing region with the salesman or the region with the net sales. What we are doing, we want to compare the inner ones. Like inside this region column, these three options were there. I want to do the analysis of that. So this is how it is done. So in the formula, I'll simply pull this middle, divide this by north. Okay, and I'll say okay. You could see that one more new column got added here. I'll convert this to the percentage. I could see that there is an 82% difference between the middle and north. Likewise, I can calculate my own calculations. So what is the basic difference between the calculated field and item? Calculated field is worked on when it comes to the column to column comparisons. Okay. And when it is coming for the inner calculations, like you want to compare the region wise, north to west, or let's say a product wise, what is the difference between the product 1 and product 2? So this is what is coming inside the column that can be achieved by using the calculated column. All right, let's move to the next one. Next concept here called as a slicer. Okay, let's see how to do that. Again, I'll copy this data, go to the new worksheet, apply the pivot table, Alt NVT, shortcut key to apply a pivot table. Okay, then what I will do here, I'll form a salesman and their net sales and the profit as a pivot table. Okay, now I want something visually buttons. By clicking them, I want this inner data should change. Okay, and I want that button on the region. So how to do that? So the moment I apply this pivot table into the pivot table analyze, you can see the filter as an option. In the filter, there are two options, insert slicer and the timeline. Timeline is what? If you have a date, a timeline will come. Automatically, it will allow you to select a range of the timelines. Okay. And if you click on the slicer, you could see that every column can be as a slicer, can be worked as a filter. So in my case, I wanted region. So I'll click on the region. Okay. I'll say okay. Now you could see that this is a slicer. Okay. Three regions were there, and this is the pivot table. So if I click on middle, you can see that the values are changing. If I click on north, values are changing. West, values are changing. If I want only two regions, middle and west, I can choose that. If I want to remove this, I can remove it. If you give something like this on the dashboard and then the data set next to it, it becomes more visually appealing. So this is what the slicers helps you to do. Okay. With this, you can change the colors of it into the design of the slicer. Let's suppose if you're applying multiple slicers, you can make that into the different color combinations. So this is how you can play with the slicer. Now, let's say I want to create a bar chart. So this is a summarized data I have. So the salesman, net sales, and the profit. Okay. This is a summarized one. I want to add a bar chart of it. So if you go to the insert, you could see under the charts, each and every chart is available. Okay. Let's have a walkthrough on this. So these are the columns, 3D, 2D, bar, vertical columns, everything is available. This is the line area, 2D, 3D, everything is available. Pie chart, donut chart, available. If you come here, histograms, all kind of histograms with the line, with the candlestick, which is called as a box and whiskers, is available. If you come to the area, here is a tree map, here is a sunburst. So every chart, which is a fancy one, is available here too. So just hover your cursor, you could see the outputs at the background. Wherever possible, it is creating a data. Okay. Maps are available. Let's suppose if you have the countries given, and if you want to see the country wise distribution, the map is also available. Okay. If the data is not summarized, you have a pivot charts, which means first summarize it, data in the pivot table, then add a pivot chart on it. Everything that you're looking out for is available. And at some point of time, you are confused which chart is best suitable. There is a recommended chart option too. If you click here on this kind of data set, it is suggesting these are the charts available. Okay, just choose it one from here. You could see whatever is best for you, you can take it from here. If at all you are confused, okay, all charts, this option is coming. Recommended, this option is coming. Okay, this is just a walkthrough for you to help you to understand how we can create a dashboard or how we can create visuals by using this. Okay, let's see. If I want to create the bar chart on the entire data, so what I will do, I'll select the data. I'll come here. I'll first one is, this is called as a cluster column, which means there are multiple columns together. Okay, in the column, second one is called as a stack bar, and the third one is called as a 100% stack. Okay, what is the difference between this? Stack is what in the same column it will give you the distribution. Okay, and 100% stack means what? Everything is like 100%, and then the distribution of it. You can say this is a percentage and this is a percentage. In short, okay. Now I wanted a cluster column. I'll insert this chart. Okay, I'll keep it here. Now, under the design format, if you just click here, you have everything that is customizably done. Okay, it is giving you, I'm just hovering my cursor here, not clicking anywhere. Okay, this is called a 3D kind of diagram, looking much more better than the basic diagram I had. Okay, so I can choose anything from here, whatever is color combination wise looking good for me, I'll choose it. I think like style number 6 is looking much more better and visually appealing. I'll choose this one. Okay. Now, the moment I add a graph, I have three buttons coming here. That is the plus key, format, and the filter. Okay. And the chart title, which we can, write on our own. So I could see this is a difference between the net sales and the profit. I will simply come here, double click, add the own title you're looking out for. I would say this is profit and loss versus net sales. I click outside. Okay. So this is how it is. I got a header to it. Okay. If I click on plus key, I could see that these are the options which I can enable. Like axis was there, I can disable, I can enable all the axes. Okay, inside this you have a primary and the secondary, horizontal, vertical, x and y. You can enable, you can disable depending on the use case that you have. Okay, let's suppose these numbers I don't want to see. Okay, I'll say I don't want to see the vertical axis. This is how it looks like. Access titles, if I enable, access titles are available. If I disable, access titles are gone. Same goes with the chart title. If you want to keep it, do not want to keep it, and where you want to keep it, it is up to you. Okay, these kind of settings you can enable. Then next it comes to the data labels. So I can enable this data label. So if I add this up, then and there I could see the numbers. And if I convert these numbers into the thousands, which I have shown you before, it becomes like more easy into a readable format. Okay, this is also, you can keep it inside, outside, call out value, everything is possible. Okay, then if somebody asks you, with the visualization, I also want to see a table. Okay, this data table, enable it. So the moment you enable it, with the visual next to this, you could see the table available. So this is the summarization of the table on which we have applied uh, this chart on. Enable, disable as per the requirement that you have. Okay, then you have an error bars. This is not used into the column chart, but when it comes to the whiskers and the box, the error bars are used. Grid lines, you can keep it or disable it. So if I disable the grid line, it is looking much more better compared to the previous one. Okay, legends. Legends, net sales and the net profit denote the color options. This is a mandatory one on the chart. And by coming over here, you can choose where you want to keep it. Left, right, bottom, wherever is possible. I think bottom is a good option. So let's keep it there. Okay. Now this is a trend line. If I enable this, it is asking you where you want to see a trend line. I would see net sales, and if I say a profit, so I got a trend line on the profit. So enabling this and disabling this is possible by clicking over here. Okay, and which kind of trend line, linear, exponential, let's not go into this details. This is more statistical terms, but these options are available when it comes to graph formatting. Now next, these are the formatting options. Okay, till now we have seen the basic settings available. These are the formatting ones. If I click here, the styles are available. If I click on colors, the color palettes, you can change it from here. Whatever color combinations you want to see, all the palettes are available, and you can choose any one palette and make your own combinations. Okay, so these are the features available into the colors, and these are the styles which we have seen on the top. Okay, then this is a filter button. Okay, you can apply your own filter. Now these are the filters on this particular graph only. Okay, if you want to see something, let's suppose in my entire data every salesman is available, but in the output I don't want to see the Adam, so I can disable it from here. Okay, and if I say apply, so it was available in the data but it is not available on the visualization, which means that this is called as a visual filter. So likewise, depending on the use cases you have, you can make your own filters on the visualization, and this is how the settings of the visualizations are. Let's skip this thermometer and Pareto for time being. Let's click on the stack column bar. Okay, so stack column is applicable when you want to do a comparison, or if there is a value given and if you want to see a distribution of it. For example, I have the names given and their respective grades into the particular subject. So this kind of data is available. So in this case, a stack will be applicable. What it will show, let's suppose Sonam that has done mathematical marks at this, English is this, science is this. That will show entirely into one line. Or else what could have happened for the Sonam, there could be three columns if you're using a cluster column. What is the easiest way to use on this? Select the data, come to the insert, columns, click on stack column. Okay, I got stack one. So what it is showing to me, if you want to understand the chart, it is saying, okay, this is a Sonam and this is the distribution of the marks. Okay, same goes for Ashish, this is the distribution of the marks. Okay, this could have not been possible if you are using a cluster column. Then somewhere the output could have been like this, three separate columns for it. What is an easy or good appealing in this case is a stack column. So I'll select a stack here. So what's happened in the single bar, it is more readable, easily understandable. Okay, I can easily look at the trends, everything is possible here. Okay, with then 100% stack if I use, gives me a more clarity. Okay, this is not a percentile kind of distribution. It is like considering 100% for every column, and now you can see the differences. So the first is mathematics. Okay, the blue one, you could see that the Kaustubh has got little less compared to the other people. Likewise for the orange, you can do the comparison. So based on whatever is feasible to you, you can apply a stack column here. So this is all about a stack column bar. Okay, click on the funnel chart. Now I'll show you how the funnel will look like. Okay, now what is a funnel? If you could have not seen it before, it gives me the difference. It first of all, it will calculate a percentile. Then it will give me the difference between the first one and the second one. For example, these are the result of my development unit coming there. So unit tested into development are 47. Okay, then for 23 units goes into the functional testing, then into the integration technique 14, then UAT, which is an user acceptance testing, 4 units have tested, and sorry, defects have tested, and into the production we got 2 defects. These are the results. So initially you could see that more number of defects into the first stage of development, second, third, the defects are reducing, and when it goes to the production you could see only 2 defects available there. Okay, and you want to show this to someone on a dashboard, you'll not be showing this table itself, because this is a summarized table. I don't want my user to read this data and understand it. So instead of that, I can create a visualization. So let's suppose if I create a visualization of bar like this. Okay, even this is readable, but I would say I want to do something out of the box. I don't want to use the basic graphs. So in that case, funnel chart is an option which you can use. Okay, if you click here on this option, You can see the waterfall, funnel, and then the candle charts here. Okay. The second option here is called as a funnel. I'll click on this. Now this is how the funnel will look like. So it will give the maximum, that is the highest percentile. 47 is considered as 100% by using the percentile method. And you could see that this is how the funnel is looking like into the funnel model. Highest at the top and then towards the descending orders. And then same kind of customizations you can do by clicking over here, by clicking into the elements of it, enabling disablement of the data, everything that you can do.
And with that, we have come to the end of this course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.